Chapter 14. Around the World Trip. Start by doing what is necessary. Then do what's possible. And suddenly, you are doing the impossible. Francis of Assisi. I had booked my first night in an hotel in Tokyo, heading off to another part of Japan the next day. I began to try and ask for directions. It was very complicated, so I decided to not sleep at the hotel but continue my journey. The kind lady gave me some instructions in Japanese on a piece of paper, and that's what I used to get my train tickets. I had 3 trains to try and catch. The trains were so organised, and you had to be quick to get on it before the doors shut and you were left standing on the platform. I really didn't have a clue if I was getting the correct train. In fact, on the second train, I had the whole carriage discussing my trip in Japanese. Some said I was going in the wrong direction, and others said I was going in the right direction. With jet lag setting in and hanging on to the only source of food, a tuna sandwich, I resorted to praying. Someone must have listened, because I did get to my final train, the bullet train, which would take me to Suzuka. This train, I believe, is the fastest in the world, or it was in 1998. What an experience! I was so tired, but didn't want to fall asleep, for fear of missing my stop. The train was very comfortable and so clean. It wasn't packed, but being a people watcher, I watched the ones that were on the train and noticed they were wearing feet gloves, which I'd never seen before. The men wore shoes a bit like flip-flops or thongs, and their socks had a place for each toe. It intrigued me. I thought it was a good idea. I was so jet-lagged, so my first day at Suzuka was sleeping, but then on the Friday morning it was down to the racing track. If you haven't guessed it by now, I was at the final race of the F1 1998 season, a very interesting race. There is so much hard work that goes on behind the scenes by the team, and in the 3 days I spent in the Williams garage, I saw the good, the bad and the ugly. The guys were so down to earth in a very plastic sort of world, but this plastic sort of world was only evident on race days. There was a comradeship, a respect for each other, and the guys had a common goal. Every single team member working so hard, knowing the importance and obsessive need for perfection, double and even triple checking some things. The intensity and stress were extremely high, but it was all sprinkled with good humour and taking the piss out of each other. Although Friday was a long hard day for these guys, I got to know and observe their characters in a true atmosphere, because the glitz and the glamour that is part of Formula 1 would not arrive until tomorrow, when the qualification times were done. I saw a lot of the same things in this hard-working team as I had done in the rugby and football teams I worked with. They were good at their job, at the top of their game, and no room for egos. The Williams team were a good bunch of lads. The Friday involved a lot of testing and weighing. Yes, the cars have to be weighed. Every time a car went out of the garage, they would cover it. I jokingly asked if it was to keep it warm. No, It's so that photos can't be taken and other teams copying their cars. Right. It really is a very cutthroat industry. Spies are in the mist, and security is essential. Security was high. They even have someone watching over the tyres. Their driver was still Villeneuve. He was around on the Friday, but more so on the Saturday. Another important job and essential is feeding everyone. For this team, the responsibility was down to a guy named Paul. Paul the chef was probably the nicest guy that Rob introduced me to. Again, he worked so hard with his team. Throughout the weekend I tried and stayed in the background, but on the Sunday I found myself eating breakfast with Villeneuve. There was only us two eating, the lads having eaten earlier and back to work. Believe it or not, I felt uncomfortable. God knows why. He's only another human being and probably a really nice guy. But the media builds these people up to some sort of superstar, when in reality they have to be grounded and down to earth to get on with their lives. It's the law of karma. I think because his physio came in fussing over him, I left. I would have loved to chat with him about how he mentally prepares himself. Throughout the day, his physio was like a mother hen, fussing, and I am thinking, if I was looking after him, he would have to get his own bloody water bottle. I may be being unfair to the physio. Maybe he was expected to act like that. But Formula 1 job or no Formula 1 job, I wouldn't be wiping their arse. The physio just appeared to be in awe of the whole situation, not my style. I would have been more likely to have done my job, but taken the piss out of him as well. The big day, Sunday the 1st of November, 1998, Suzuka. Schumacher was in pole position, but even the start of the race was filled with drama. First, Jairo Trunella stalled on the grid, forcing an aborted start. I don't think he went to the back of the grid. Then Schumacher did the same on the grid, leaving himself with the task of fighting his way from the back to the front if he had any hope of taking the World Championship. Call me a bit paranoid, but when I have been involved with a race, I have never seen Schumacher finish a race. This one, Suzuka, 1998, Jerez, 1997, and Silverstone, 1995. How bizarre. In this race at Suzuka, Schumacher's tyres fell off and Ackermann won the World Championship for the first time. Now it must be noted that Williams was the top team at this time, and so they had the first garage, which was next to the winning enclosure. I was very close to it watching the top three drivers come into the enclosure. Michael Schumacher had to ask me to move so he could get into the winner's enclosure to shake Ackermann's hand. Then the lucky guy had to squeeze past me again when he left the enclosure. Bet he never forgot meeting me. The work starts all over again, packing everything up, but before that the Williams team had planned a little surprise. Now this is the bit you won't get to see on the TV, with Murray Walker's, no relation, commentary. But another commentator named Walker, me, Murray had come into the garage over the weekend and just stared at me, and he probably wondered who the hell I was and why I was in the garage. The commentary by Penny Walker. OK, and they're off. The Williams team have captured the 4 deserters. They have them in position, ready to lap the tape around them. In first position, the technical guy who is going to work for Ferrari next season. Second position is Gary. Could this help to stop his moaning? coming up at the rear in third and fourth to other Williams team members, taking it all in their stride. Now the actions begin. First, they swiftly and expertly cover the four in leftover food. Nice. Then it's a quick shift of gear as the four are sprayed with foam, and finally, in the last circuit, the water hose. What a fantastic event. It's a photo finish to see who got the most crap thrown over them. I feel it may be Gary, who just managed to get the title. Well done. You have worked hard for this victory. Congratulations, Gaz. Your moaning paid off. I better explain this event. This race was the last of the season, and 4 people were leaving the Williams team to join different teams. It is a tradition, I think, to capture those leaving and give them a leaving present, which involves covering them in food and spraying them with foam and water. It's a token of love from the teammates they are leaving behind. What a beautiful and extremely funny, for those not tied up, race to watch. After all the jobs were done and the cars covered up and put to bed, the hard-working team could let their hair down and go for a beer or two. As we were in Japan, the country of karaoke, that had to be done too. Where the after-race party was, they had a small karaoke rooms where groups of people could go to sing. I found myself in a booth with the 2 Schumachers singing My Way. But to be honest, nobody can sing that song better than Elvis. He did so in June 1977, his final concert, dying shortly afterwards. When I learnt of his death, I stayed in my bedroom for days playing my Elvis records. I was devastated. He died at the age of 42 on the 16th of August 1977, just 2 months after singing this song. Did he already know that the end was near and facing his final curtain? His music got me through some of my darkest times after my accident. He never fails to heal. I believe he was sent to guide this troubled world. Princess Diana was sent for the same reason. I was lucky enough to be sent a negative of a photo taken of Elvis by a freelance photographer in America. I had a Saturday job at the Mermaid Fish Shop restaurant in Dewsbury, which was owned by Norman Lodge. The freelance photographer was his brother who lived in Florida. We went to visit him when we went to America in the 1980s on our family holiday. He must have remembered I was an Elvis fan and sent me the negative. Thanks, Frank. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Recordings at Nantes Hospital, birthing Stubby, and I moved to plastics. We are not humans on a spiritual journey. We are spiritual beings on a human journey. Stephen Covey.
Well, it's now the Sunday night, the night before my operation for the hand. So it's probably the 1st of May today, probably. It's come fairly quickly, although I did struggle midweek just for time and just feeling a bit sorry for myself, I suppose, and a bit lonely. But now I have just got to get a night's sleep, and then tomorrow morning, I'm hoping it's morning, that'll be it. I'll go for my operation on my hand. This weekend has been good. Mel and Sheila came yesterday. They're always such good fun. I think we spent the first 30 minutes talking about farting. Don't know why. Probably I started that conversation off. But it's good. They are jolly, and I can't believe that they have come every week. But it's good. They cheer me up. And then today I've been lucky because Rob and the boys came. They always make me feel better, even though sometimes I get information about the animals that I don't need. Like the mama rabbits out and about. But yesterday or the day before, I think they did Marcus the goat and the young pig Christoph. So I'm praying, deeply praying for Marcus. He was a lovely goat, but he got too big and too dangerous really. But we've got his son Mars, who unfortunately will probably go the same way, in the sense he'll get big, but at least we can enjoy him for a few months. So, bye to Marcus and Christoph the pig. It will make Rob and the boys' life a bit easier, because he did cause quite a few problems, Marcus, as in battering the metal gate down and just generally being a bit mischievous. But I'll sadly miss him. But I couldn't tackle him with one hand. It would have been impossible. So that was what's happened there, and various other things. Today my mum and dad arrive, and kindly Philip and Carol have gone and picked them up from Poitiers, hence allowing Rob to visit me. So I'm hoping my mum will not be too stressed, for they won't be able to get to see me till at least Thursday if Rob works, which will annoy her. But it's no good I'm coming tomorrow because I've just had my operation. So they could come Thursday and Saturday, but we'll see. They also, Mark and Martin, were visiting their friends in Nantes, so they called for a while, which was good to see them. And it made the day pass. I did get a little stressed later on when she brought my medicament, because she changed. She said I had to have 2 at 8 o'clock, and all the time I've had 1. So I asked her why, and she said something which, remembering this is all in French, she said something that I didn't quite understand. I just found I didn't want more medicament just before my operation. I wanted the routine the same. So she got a little bit annoyed with me, which upset me, but I said I'd take the tablets, just take them, I'm not bothered. But she did come back later and sort of apologise and take the other tablet away and said just stick to that tablet. So I haven't got a clue what the other tablet was for. If they only would explain to me, if they knew my order of taking medication. I am just taking it because I have to. I know I have to, but I don't want to take things I don't need to take. So it just really threw me and I got quite upset. But I've taken the medication. She's taken the one back that I don't normally have, and I don't even know what it was for. So all's good. So I hope everything goes to plan. The surgeon's good. I've just got to come out of the anaesthetic quietly and calmly without too much stress. And then we'll see what the next stage is. But for now, I'm going to try and get a good night's sleep. Bye.
6 minutes.
It is the 4th of May, Wednesday morning. The operation has been done. That was done the 2nd of May on the Monday. They got me ready and I went down about 10:30. Just before I went down, they gave me a pink tablet to go under my tongue and another tablet. I don't know what they were for, but I cannot remember having any problems after the operation, which normally you get confused and upset and everything else with the anaesthetic. So I don't know. But I will talk you through the day. So I was quite relaxed, relieved that the week had gone and that the time was due for the operation. The only concerns I really had was after the operation, whether I would be confused, upset, whatever. But that didn't happen. I actually have had a permanent line to the angels and God while being in here. And although people sometimes are embarrassed to say that they're religious, or I've sort of got over that. I always talk to the angels. I just can't believe there isn't something there with the history. If you look in the paintings of many years ago, if you look in the churches, there's always some sort of angel around somehow. So whether it's just got weakened over time, but I think there's something there. It wasn't a problem, but God always sent a bit of an embarrassment to me in a way, and I worked it out over the last few days. I think it's not God. I'm quite happy to talk to God and believe in God, but I'm confused with what has happened in the name of religion. So the way I've dealt with it is I talk to God. I'm not being any part of a religious being. I'm not part of any sort of service or any method of... I just now have decided that I'll talk to him in my own way, and it makes things so much easier. I'm not feeling I have to be loyal to a certain type of religion. I just talk and ask, and you would not believe if you ask for the simple questions, ask for simple assistance, it comes. It comes. I asked if he, who knows, people say it's not a he, don't they? But for me, he's a he. If he would make sure I was fine after the operation, and I cannot even remember anything in the sense I just woke up. But anyway, going on to the day, they took you down, and it was bizarre. It was like being in a bus garage. You were all queued up in cubicles. They had these temporary dividing things. The bright orange, loved the colour. It really cheered me up. Everything had like orange on it, and so you just were in stalls really, waiting for your turn. There was a little bit of a problem because for some reason they got me down as the 17th of October, my date of birth, but it's the 7th. So that caused a little bit of a delay because the lady had to phone up and whatever, but she managed to get some stickers and restuck all the information with the correct date. And then you just had to wait. There was televisions which I watched a little bit, but I was trying not to watch the people because I just didn't want to see their fear or their pain, or I just wanted to focus on being positive, happy and confident. So then eventually it was my turn to go and went in. I went into a different area to where most people were going, and there were two nice girls, and they start doing all the preparations, sticking things on you and things like that, and asking you questions, and then she put a table at the side of me, and she said, "Oh, that's for your," I don't know if she said hand or arm, remembering this is all in French. I said, "Oh, it's not for my tasse de tea." "Oh, no, which is a cup of tea." She says, "No." I said, "Oh." I said, "Tasse de tea." She said, "Do you like tea?" I said, "Yes." She says, "Green or black tea?" I said, "No, it's got to be Yorkshire black tea with milk." She said, "You have milk with it?" And then the other girl said, "Yes, I have milk with mine." I said, "Oh, and do you have biscuits?" And you dunk the biscuits in. She said, "Oh, yes, obligatory." So by just doing things like that, it just makes things more relaxed. But having said that, she was putting the mask on, which for some people can be quite, I suppose, suffocating really. But I just took myself to a place me and Elliot go just before he goes to sleep on his beach. And I was taking deep breaths in because the gas obviously helps. But this guy then on my left arm was messing about. They'd already put a line in, so for some reason they must feed something to you. Maybe it's, I don't know, the anesthesia, I'm not quite sure. And then he started messing because they had to take the pin out of my broken wrist on my left hand. So I'm like in my mask, I'm like trying to say, because it was quite painful. But then within minutes, I was asleep. So I think he just started working on me a wee bit too early for the gas to have taken place. So that was that. I don't know how long I was there, but I didn't get back to my room till about 5 o'clock-ish, or past, I'm not sure. And I'm now in plastics. But it's not called plastics, but that's how I know it is, because that's what the doctor keeps saying, "Oh, you're going to plastics." So, nice room, sort of yellowish walls, bright walls. I've got a nice view, which I can't see much, but I can see the helicopter coming and going. And I was here, didn't feel too bad at all. I managed to eat a little bit, but just before I came to my room, they sent me for an x-ray. And the guy, the x-ray, put my hand down, x-ray, and then asked me to turn it. Well, I couldn't turn it. So he tried turning it, and he pushed his thumb onto my arm, and that set it off, and I screamed. And then he just come and put a piece of wood there, or some sort of wedge there, so why didn't do that in first place? I don't know. So then I came back, so I don't know if that set it off, but as soon, well, I suppose I hadn't had any medication I'd had most of the day. Did they give me anything down there? I don't know if they did give me anything. So my general medication that my body's got used to had all been changed, I suppose, or forgotten or not given, because of the operation. So I think I would just run out of pain relief, really. And also the fact that it's just been cut off my groin. Sorry, I didn't explain. My hand now is free from the groin. I haven't looked at the groin yet because they haven't changed the dressing yet. I think that's what's going to be happening today. I've looked at the arm because the doctor and everything else came yesterday to do that. But as I was eating tea, the wave of pain in his hand was just so unbearable. It was just a nightmare. It just suddenly appeared. And I pressed my button. And I know they're really busy and they might have to go certain places. And somebody came and then she said she'd see somebody and then she she never came. And I think it's because they don't realise I don't press my button unless I really, really, really have to. And then I had to press my button again, and then eventually they gave me some morphine, which is a tablet you put under your tongue, which acts fairly rapidly within 15 minutes. But the pain was so bad, but then it calmed down, and everything was good, and I actually got some sleep, but not a lot because I'd obviously been asleep most of the day in the operation. But that was good. That was Monday done, operation done, and Tuesday. So I woke up Tuesday. They really were good. They've washed my hair, which is brilliant, because after a month of not washing your hair, it's about time you need to wash it. And they had this really wonderful plastic thing which had a place for your head to go, and then it had like a pipe where they let the water out, and you just hung your head over the bed. So I suppose it was easier because my arm isn't attached to my groin anymore. And they washed it, and they did loads of things. And then Rob appeared, and my mum and dad appeared. They arrived on Sunday. My mum's looking a bit, well, they're both looking old, but my mum's looking more aged than my dad, really. I found out that Harvey, bless his cotton socks, had let slip, or Grandma managed to get it out of him, that I'd lost my hand before they'd come. We wanted to tell him when they were here, so she did have a bit of a drama and get upset while she was at home in England. But she said she got time to prepare herself, and it was better for her to find out there than here. So, but they were fine, no problem. Brought cards from Georgine and Darby and Caroline and Pete. I will have to try and contact them and say thank you. They also seemed happy enough, although they sort of, they read too many papers. I think my dad reads too many papers, so there's always dramas in England, there's always whatever's going on. I don't want it, that's why I don't have television. I don't need to know all these dramas. So, but they seem fine, they seem good, so they're here till this Sunday. I think they're coming back on Friday. Carol and Philip have offered to bring them. They actually went to pick them up from the airport, because on Sunday, I've probably not spoken to you since then, but on Sunday Rob came with the boys, because I hadn't seen them for all week. Came with the boys, so that was good, and found out bits and bobs, and that rabbits are still free, and don't know where Mum or Rabbit is, and all sorts. But anyway, on Tuesday, yesterday, I found out that the geese have hatched them 3 so far, which is wonderful. So let's hope that they stay good. Papa Geese, Gandhi, is being very protective, so they've just got to keep away. He's just doing his job, really, looking after his girl and his babies. And apparently he sometimes sits on the eggs as well. But I have heard or read that they do partner for life. So hopefully that's one of them is Christmas dinner. But hopefully we'll just try and sell some. I'd like to show them. I do want to reduce the animals so there's less. But I do want to concentrate also on maybe a couple of things that we show and show well. It just gives an interest, which will be good. What else? Nothing much. I'll probably tonight maybe talk about a few things that I may have already said, but so I'm trying not to forget anything, because that was it. The doctor came and said on Tuesday I'm going to Niort. I'm now in Nantes, which is an hour and a half away. Niort's about 40 minutes away, and for rehabilitation. So I don't know how that will go. Yesterday the girls have been really good, but she had me sitting up to eat, which I found quite hard. I was quite dizzy. She then wanted me to go in a chair, and I just said it's not possible. My left knee is really being quite naughty, but I don't want to push it because the surgeon said it needs at least another 2 months for the bone to lay down. So I don't want to be pushing it really. But at least I sat up, which was weird. I suppose I got a bit having to do so much to me yesterday. I mean, my mum and dad had nobody, and I didn't have a problem with that. But after just having an operation, and yeah, it seemed quite a lot to be doing. But now, this morning, the hand was again throbbing. The only thing I can describe of it is if you see them big tractors, well, if you imagine, God blimey, God, imagine it, but if you imagine you got your hand caught under one of them tyres, that's how it feels. Just like a pressing, really restricted pressure. But the girls gave me some more morphine and my medicament, and it's now just calming down. So I've had some bitter breakfast. I'll give it another 10 minutes, and then I need to get a bedpan. Yesterday they took out my catheter as well, so that's progress. I've just got to make sure I remember to ask them for a catheter, for a bedpan, which I will. I've already done it and they're happy, and as long as I do some sort of poo today, I think they'll be happy as well. So that's my aim today, regular wheeze and poo. And also, Rob brought me some books. I've got Hugh Whitley, Fernley Whittenstone book on extracts that he wrote about various things. And then I've got Lacy Street, it's a book by Lynn Andrews, and it's about Liverpool. So at least I have something to concentrate on. Right, I'm going to stop waffling and try and remember, and tonight just tie everything up, because I'm sure before long I will whisk off to another place, and then that'll be a new adventure. So bye for now.
17 minutes.
It's now Thursday evening, 7:30ish. I'm still in plastics. I've been here since Monday after the operation. It's gone fairly quick. Yesterday nobody came, which wasn't a problem. I just read my book and slept quite a bit. I did have a couple of bad bouts of pain with the hand. And this morning, unfortunately, because I'm now not using my left hand because it gave way yesterday, and I thought I can't just risk losing this function because I need one hand. So I've stopped lifting myself up and helping. I can't because it's a broken wrist and I'm pushing my luck with it. So this morning the girls come in. I was busy trying to protect both hands, and I can't believe I didn't stop them, but they put their hands under my legs and moved me up the bed, which was absolutely crippling. I screamed the place down. They obviously were very sorry, but it put me into a lot of pain for quite a while. So that threw me. But today I had visitors from Kelly and Alex and their new 3 weeks old new son, although they weren't allowed in the room. The nurse or the people that told them they couldn't come in. But we managed to have a good chat. Ethan was here as well, although he looked a bit bored, bless him. They looked well, the baby looks well, although he's got a bit of colic. And we had a good old chat. The only problem was my hand set off again. They don't seem to give me enough morphine here. I don't know. I'm now waiting. I'm going to ask when I finish this for some morphine, because they give me it too late, and then the pain is too intense. So I don't know why the morphine. I don't know why the morphine is not given, but there you go. I'm also on antibiotics now because I've got a bladder infection. They've taken the catheter out a couple of days ago, and I'm still managing to use the bedpan. But I just, unfortunately, had a very painful time when Alex and Kelly was here. But that's so. Tomorrow, I think Mum and Dad and Carol and Philip's here, and then it's the weekend, and then somehow they're moving me. But I'll just have to make sure I get painkillers. I'm fine, I'm just really a bit exhausted today, so over and out.
3 minutes. The next recording, I am very stressed in the recording.
Hi, I'm back now because I'm in real loads of pain. I have been all day 3 times. And I'm trying to explain to them they need to give me my medicament before the pain arrives. It's not only morphine takes it away from my hand, which is really, really painful. She came when I asked her, and she gave me some dolly pan and something else. I said, is it morphine? And she said, yes, but it can't be, because then the pain just got worse and worse and worse. Then I had to ring her again, and she come in and said, what's your problem? As if she couldn't fucking see. And then she eventually gave me the morphine that you put on your tongue, which is really quick acting, although I'm still in a lot of agony now. And it's 3 times now. They shouldn't let you get so much pain before they give you medical. It's stupid. I don't ask for it. If I don't have to have it, I put up with a lot of pain, but I can't put up with it. Oh, I'll see what the doctor says tomorrow. But and another frigging thing, I keep asking them to shut this bloody window for me, but I've asked to shut this window and they just keep ignoring me. Oh, God, give me strength. Oh, let me get out of here, please.
1 minute.
See, now I'm back again and the drugs have kicked in. I'm going to have one of my worthiest toffees that Kelly and Alex brought me. Why should I have to go through all that pain just for the sake of giving me a tablet? So, I'm back to normal now, and the pain's subsided. But I have had my suspicions, this is going on to another subject, about, I don't know why I had them, I just sensed them, because there was so much gossip going on about my accident, that there was somebody talking. I don't do Facebook, I think it's the devil, and I think it's for people who were nothing else to do in their lives, more nosy, interfering, busybodies. That's what I think people on Facebook are. And I know I've got friends on Facebook, but that's what I think.
Since the end of 2021, I have actually been on Facebook. So, that means I am actually one of those nosy busybodies too. At the time of the recording, I was not happy with the gossip on Facebook. It felt so unkind and cruel.
Apparently somebody's been on Facebook asking loads of questions about the accident and saying all about what was in the paper and asking loads of questions. Unfortunately, Kelly responded to her saying she's inappropriate, she shouldn't be asking questions, she should think about the family, and it's nothing to do with her. It was Nicola's, whatever it is, website, face site, whatever she has. So I'm debating whether to have a stern word with her. Why don't people just leave you alone? I don't want to be on Facebook. I don't need to be on Facebook. I don't want my family on Facebook. Why are people so interfering in your lives? So that's one of my other annoyances today. So maybe I'll just let it all be, because sometimes the more you talk about these things, the more it feeds them. And hopefully yesterday's news. But it is annoying that you can't even have a private life anymore. But hey. So I'm going to enjoy my Werther's now and read a book. Thank you, drug, for giving me my life back for a little while. Over and out.
2 minutes. I am very stressed and upset on the next recording.
Aye, it's Friday morning, pretty early. I woke up and my hand is starting again. I posted for the nurse. A really nice lady came, but she said I can only have Dolly Pan. So I've taken the Dolly Pan and they won't give me anything stronger. I don't really know why. I'm just waiting, because all the signs are there that it's going to just kick in. Really, really painful. Oh God, it's so stupid. I feel like Marie Antoinette waiting to go to the bloody block, you know, the pain's coming and you can't do anything about it. So the wait till I'm absolute agony, and then they might give me some morphine. I just don't understand why. If I don't, it's at least 8 o'clock last time. Last time I had some last night. I understand I don't want to give you a hard truth. Thank God. I can't carry on with this pain. I need to help me out. So I'm gonna just try and just relax. Let's try and just ride the wave. But as soon as this gets worse, I'm buzzing them people. They've got to give me some medicament. I've got to. It's cruelty. Oh.
1 minute. Another upset and stressful recording.
I can't believe it. That lovely woman that was talking to me and gave me the Dolly Pan. I don't think she's a nurse. They're like helpers. She's just been back to finish the shift now. She's just been back with a tablet and the morphine. God, she doesn't know what's happening to me. I think the first time I've seen her, she get different stuff all the time. I think she's an angel being sent to help me. Because now at least, it's still getting worse, but I know that the morphine will just take it away. But now at least, I don't have to wait, because that's the problem. The next set of staff take ages, and you're waiting and you're waiting. And it just gets too painful. Oh, so thank God, thank you. I don't know what she did, but she managed to get me some maybe she just understands the stupidity of it all. It's not as if I'm gonna be like Michael Jackson and Liz Taylor. I met her one day, we're all addicted to prescribed drugs that had that many plastic surgery and operation. But I won't. Once this pain's gone, I'll find some other way of helping the pain. This pain is only phantom, it can't last forever. But it's bad. Without medicament, it's bad. Oh, God, I'm so relieved. So relieved. It's just hard. It's like when you're just going back into labour and you think, what the hell, I know what's coming now. Although I would say this pain is far greater than any labour pain. Because labour pain's productive, isn't it? It helps, it progresses, you get somewhere, there's an end result. I suppose there's an end result with this, but oh la la. But I can't quite see it at the moment. Anyway, hopefully the next message will be more cheerful. I don't know what's going to happen today. They'll probably review the medicament. I've just got to try and be patient. I want to go nearer home, but I'm not looking forward to them transporting me. Especially when I know how bad my legs are. So that's why I want this pain to be better by Monday. Anyway, bye.
3 minutes.
Well, it's still Friday morning. The pain has passed, and I've now got breakfast consisting of 4 biscuits with butter, a pear that I sort of asked her to peel, but she didn't quite understand me, so she's cut it into 4, but the skin's still on. To be honest, I don't want to eat the skin, it looks a bit worse for wear, but I'll eat the flesh. And then this juice thing, fresh bean berry, which everybody keeps telling me I have to eat. It's good for me, it's good for me. But having, for many, many years, 20 plus years, woken up to the fact that anything messed with, created, manufactured, is basically full of artificial chemicals. It doesn't help the fact that, one, I believe that, and I've done off my own back for many years, and 2, that I'm just reading Hugh Fearnley-Whittingstall's book called Hugh Fearlessly Eats It All. It's a book about his extracts from his writing, and he basically has done different articles over the years. The last one I've just read is his disappointment in Ribena Light. The first thing is that he is like me. I believe, I've said for so many people, must be 20 years ago, why do you buy that Delight low-fat spread stuff? All it is chemicals. It's not good for your digestion. It can't be good. I think it could even be cause all these cancers and irritable bowel syndrome and everything else. I said, get some butter, some proper natural butter, not manufactured in the sense of artificially. And I've always said you're better off buying organic. I know it's expensive, but having had it confirmed last year, apple picking, they spray things to death and just pretend they've not sprayed them. It's dangerous. Every time they sprayed and we were picking apples or thinning out, I was ill. Fatigue, tired, headache. It's just ridiculous what they're allowed to do. But it's the name of profit, isn't it? So, because I'm reading the book, which didn't really affect my views are just the same as yous, and I always have been even before I even saw you use programs. Finding it hard to eat this stuff, but I'll try. Every time I have meat, I apologise to the animal, because I know that it's probably suffered a horrendous life just to feed me. And I apologise, and I apologise if I leave any, because then it's died in vain. So, it's difficult. And the thing that we were getting there, be it that we probably had too many stuff at one point, but it were all in my plan. The chickens I had and everything were all for the freezer, or for selling, or for showing, or... But obviously I'm not there now to organise it, so some have gone, some are going, and I don't really know what's left in the chicken battle. The little pig, Christoph, bless him, is gone. The goat had to go. And we've got his son. I so wish it to been a dog, because I would have kept her just in memory of my beautiful star that died so horrifically after birth. And in memory of Marcus. But the males grow big and get quite dangerous with their horns and their hormones and their desire to mate. So I don't know if it's probably worth considering castration for Mars. But anyway, I've got some more tablets. The nurse brought my normal tablets. The difference of just getting them tablets before now, I would have been in agony by now. This extra hour would have just sent the arm into agony. But she's talking to me saying, and this is about the third time they've tried, I know they're only trying to be helpful, they're saying, do you need to see a psychiatrist? I said, the only reason I'm crying is because of the amount of pain. I mean, I'm not crying because of the accident, I'm not crying because of the situation. Well, I do, but I do it in the dead of night when nobody can see me. I don't want more antidepressant tablets and stuff. Yeah, but I'm crying because it's an emotion. I'm not really going into shock. I'm just crying because I miss the family and I miss my situation in my life. I'm missing the baby geese and everything I've worked so hard for 2 years. I'm just missing it, really. But I said, no. I said, it's not in my head. I'm not crying because it's in my head. I'm crying because of this bloody hand, and you need to sort medical now. But anyway, I don't know. I think I've dodged that one again, but we'll see. And I need to tell them I've got a degree in psychology. I could psychologist myself. But anyway. So, I'll just say this last bit. I thought I was going to say it before, then I got distracted. Not like me, you yabbiting on. But yeah, my dream was to get a nice little Jersey cow. So I could have the cream, make the butter, and my biggest dream was to make an ice cream. One that I remember as a kid, just simple, beautiful, tasty ice cream without all this greasy. Every time I have an ice cream, even a good quality ice cream, there's this grease left on your tongue. There's this after feeling of, I don't know, a coating of grease. That's all I can describe it as. And I can't remember it being like that when I was a kid. I remember going to Caddies and Crossleys. Crossleys was in Ravensthorpe, where my grandma and granddad were, where my mum and dad first had a house, and where it was a beautiful place, street and everything. But there was in this little place, in a yard really, there was this guy, Mr. Caddy, Crossley. Caddy were in Dewsbury. He were a bit posher, he were in Dewsbury. Crossleys. And you could see his machines working. And you used to go to his little hut, and he'd lean against the thing, and you'd ask for a 99 if you're lucky, and you'd get a flake in it, and you'd get some hundreds and thousands thrown over it, and it would just, or if you could even get a sandwich, it was like half chocolate, like a wafer thing, or you could just get all chocolate ones, and you'd put ice cream in the middle, and it'd make it into a sandwich. And then there were the oysters. Now they were like shaped like an oyster, like a shell. I think half of it was chocolate flavoured, and you put ice cream in the middle. Ah, Crossley's and Caddy's ice cream. But I don't know if that's going to happen now, because I was going to struggle with 2 hands milking a cow, so I don't know if I could even think of milking one with 1 hand. So even though I've got all the paperwork and I've chased all the paperwork and I'm all ready to buy a cow, I don't know. It needs discussing. Maybe I'd be better, 'cause a pedigree cow with child is about 1,500. But I want to get a pedigree so you get the quality milk. So I don't know. Maybe I'm better off investing to start with a small ice cream maker and trying to get milk. I think there's a place in Brisbane that's got jerseys, so I could try and buy some milk from them. Or in Pampley, not far from us, is a really wonderful Pampley butter place, and their butter is so nice. It's wonderful. And they do sell cream. So maybe it would be a good idea to see if I can actually buy in the milk to start with and make the ice cream. Yeah, I'd love a little van going around selling ice cream to people. But we'll have to see. But it's got to be simple, beautiful ice cream. And I don't know how to make that yet, because Crossley died. Nobody wanted to carry on his work. So his recipe is gone. I might have to have a word with him up there and say, can you send me your recipe down and see what comes? You never know, he might do. Right, less of the waffling. As you've noticed, I am much happier now because I've not got pain. Bye.
11 minutes. This is not part of the recording, but an interesting fact to me is that my dad used to keep fit in the off-season, which was summer in the 1950s, by pulling a small Crossley's ice cream cart. He would pull it around Ravensthorpe so people could buy the ice cream. He saw it a way of keeping his fitness and earning a bit of pocket money. Amazing, Dad.
Well, it's still Friday. It's now Friday evening, probably 9:30ish. I thought I ought to really check in again because recordings this morning were somewhat desperate, I suppose. So today, it's been good. I think I managed to persuade the nurse that I need morphine at least 3 times. My parents came with Philip and Carol, brought them. So they stayed for a good while, which was good. The pain was just starting, and I asked for some proper pain relief, and she actually gave me. I don't know if it's because of a crowd there, or I don't know if it's because she's had a discussion with a doctor, or she just realises. Because tonight, she just came and gave me one at 8 o'clock-ish. And so, I haven't had the real dramatic pain. Stumpy is a bit pulsy tonight, but I've just been exercising him. It shouldn't really be a him, should it? Should be a her. And also this afternoon, a nice girl came, and I read she wasn't a physiologist. She was a matter plus something else. And she was really good. We did some exercises. She got me ice pack for the knee. She exercised the arm, which was a bit painful, and she gave me some homework. So I think she's really good. So, but then again, I'm only here till Tuesday, I think. But things change in this place. So all's good. The only thing is the nurse has now just said goodbye to me, and she's off for the weekend, which means another nurse. But it's got to be down on records now, hasn't it? Well, I'll just ask for it. I have to. But by that angel giving me the drug this morning, it meant I didn't have to sit around waiting like you always have to do. And it's getting worse and worse. So the only thing is trying to get another one tomorrow morning. It's all about timing, really. But anyway, it was good to have Mum and Dad and Carol and Philip here. It meant the day passed fairly quick. Tomorrow is Saturday. I doubt if anybody will come with them knowing that I'm going to New York. But we'll see. Any other information I need to give you? Not really. I'm just a bit tired. I'm going to just eat one of my Werther's toffees and maybe read, but I am really quite tired. And another thing, they gave me a thing to put inside me in nether regions, so I must have cystitis or something, or still growing mushrooms, I don't know. But I suppose I'm just stuck here. I haven't got a catheter anymore, and it's warm, damp, and things just develop, I suppose. But anyway, I'm feeling much better. I'll just let you all know. And hopefully things will be moving forward and this stumpy won't be playing up as much. Okay, bye for now.
4 minutes. The pain was not good when I did these recordings, but I tried to endure it and get through the pain the best I could. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Subaru, Bathurst, Barmy Army and the Perth Glory FC. Freedom comes when you stop caring about what others think of you. Buddha. The F1 season had finished, so that meant Robert was on holiday, and seeing as Japan is halfway to Oz, sort of, that was the next place to head for. A group of us headed for the bullet train the next day and tried to find our way to Tokyo Airport. They thought I had a clue how to achieve this, but I didn't, even though I had done the exact journey to get to the racing. The fact that I got to Suzuka at all was a miracle. I was heading to Perth to see the Fullers, Matt and Laura, Matt's first wife, and Rob was going to help at the Subaru rally team and also visit some friends. Paul was travelling there too. He was also the chef for the Subaru team, not just for the F1 Williams team. Matty and Laura took me to see some of Perth, Fremantle and a special hill where you could see the whole of Perth. We went to this special sightseeing place when it was dark to see Perth lit up. It was amazing. Someone had the same idea and turned up in a white limo. A guy got out and I asked if he wanted my autograph. For some reason he said no. I noticed a British accent and he kindly allowed me to have a photo with him. I hadn't got a clue who he was. I thought I heard Kevin McRae. I found out later it was Colin McRae who was there for the rally driving race, and he was driving for Subaru. I still didn't have a clue who he was. I planned to go and watch some of the rally driving. Why not? I told Matt and Laura if they did what I said, I could get them into the paddock. By now I knew there wouldn't be any horses in the paddock, but maybe a kangaroo though. Matty was not so convinced and was unsure if it was worth his time going, but I got them exactly in the place I said I would get them, the Subaru garage, looking at the McRae's car. It's not what you know, but who you know. Paul even fed us. I told you he was a nice guy. My next adventure was flying to Sydney on the 6th of November to stay at Laura's mum's house. Matty's brother was having his 30th birthday party, so we all went. Of course, it was a barbecue. My first Australian barbie, and it was thundering and lightning. At the party, I got talking to Laurie about the F1 race. He was on his way to Bathurst because he'd worked for Kodak in the days when you needed films to take a photo. I asked if I could have a lift, and he said I could. Rob arrived at Laura's mum's house in Sydney after finishing with the rally racing in Perth. Rob was a huge rugby fan, and Matty, having played professional rugby at Wakefield Trinity in the UK and in Perth, Australia, resulted in them being a little in awe of each other. Matty was sat with an F1 mechanic and Rob with a professional rugby player. Shirts were exchanged and a friendship developed. Rob soon left Sydney heading for the Bathurst V8 race, where he was helping out the Desitron team. You get about a bit, Robert, but why not, when you have the connections and the talent? I spent a wonderful time sightseeing with Matt and Laura, and then I also set off to the Bathurst with Laurie. This world trip, although planned to a certain degree, was turning out to be some amazing opportunities that you needed to grasp with both hands and take these once-in-a-lifetime chance. Again, I'd never heard of Bathurst, didn't know what a V8 was, but learnt that it was a massive event in Australia, and seeing that I was in Oz, why not experience it? I didn't have a ticket, so as we approached, I hid in the back of Laurie's van. He was working there, selling the camera films, so he had his pass. Once inside, I thanked him for his kindness, which he had no problems with, the Aussies tending to be helpful to others. An attitude, no dramas, mate. A good laid-back sort of attitude. I went off to find the paddock. Here I am again in a team's garage watching them work on what looked like a normal sort of car. The drivers, there were two drivers because the race was so long, were Mezzera and Menu. Alan Menu's wife was also at the race. They were French. I got on well with her. It can become quite boring, all the waiting around, so I think she was glad of some company. At Bathurst, there is a long-standing tradition that you camp on the mountain to get the best view of the race. This place is filled with characters, eskies to keep your beer cold, of course essential in the hot Australian sun. These folk were prepared and organised. One group even had a small train of eskies that even moved like a small train. Brilliant. The mountain was supposed to have a reputation of being a little rough. Beer, burnouts, dope and crazy fun. Not the same decor of your corporate boxes or sponsors' seating area. The mountain was much more raw and realistic. So where do you think I headed? Yes. And I took Alan Menu's wife with me. We were positioned to watch the race. The pre-race lap occurred, all the drivers waving to the crowds while being driven in vintage cars. Then the 100-odd lap race would begin. First, the warm-up lap. Thomas Menzer was driving first. Great, at last the race started. Caroline, Alan's wife, and I, watching from the mountain. The cars came flying past, but no Densitron. Then the safety car came out to slow down the race. It was out for a long time, so long that even Rob had got bored and had fallen asleep on the grass. It turned out that the car Densitron had broken down after a warm-up lap, and that was the end of the race for them. I was upset for the guys who had worked on the car. They were really nice guys. But that's motor racing for you. Mr. Menu was not impressed that I had taken his wife up to the mountain. But it was a fantastic place to be watching the race. The race, the atmosphere and characters were far out, as they say in Oz. After the race, there is always celebrations, or the drowning of one's sorrows in the case of the Densitron team. This time, it wasn't Damon Hill who provided the entertainment, but this guy called Jimmy Barnes. Yes, the Aussie icon. The other being AC/DC. I, of course, had never heard of him. What a sheltered life I must have lived. Jimmy Barnes was originally in the band Cold Chisel. Then they broke up and then they got back together. Jimmy Barnes being a true Aussie legend, even though he is Scottish. In 1998 I think the band Cold Chisel did tour, but all I can remember at Bathurst was this strong, gravelly, deep, rocky, amazing voice of Jimmy Barnes. The performances were mesmerising, a true entertainer. I have been lucky to experience some fantastic artists live, including Jimmy, Tina Turner. In fact, remember the Simply the Best song, Dembo's song? Well, Tina and Jimmy recorded that song together. How life weaves its magical synchronicities. I think Tina also did some singing with the boss, Bruce Springsteen. While still in Oz, I bought a Barnes CD. Some of my favourite work of his are The Working Man, Driving Wheels, Stone Cold and Cry to Me. Cry to Me, originally sung by Solomon Burke. After Bathurst, it was back to Perth. A visit to Rottnest Island to see the quackers, if that's how you say it, that live there. They look like a very small kangaroo. Then trying to water ski with Matt and Laura's friend Greg. After that, a long drive, which allowed me to see my first kangaroo, and many of his mates also dead on the road. In the UK, it's usually hedgehogs or rabbits. In Oz, it's big kangaroos, usually hit by the large double-trailered monster trucks they have. When you live in the UK, it's hard to get to grips with the size of Australia. I remember having to get the flight from Perth to Sydney, about 7 hours, and I offered my passport at check-in. The lady kindly pointed out that it was not necessary, for I was not leaving the country. Of course. Next destination were Monkey Mia, where after a wait, luck allowed the amazing experience of seeing a dolphin and its baby up close. The baby was such a show-off. The baby will stay with its mum for 5 to 6 years. After that wonderful experience, it was to the Pinnacles, which is at Namberg National Park, Western Australia. It is a conservation area. What are the Pinnacles? The Ute people believe they are the remains of young men lost to the shifting sands. They were warned not to enter, but some did stand in the sands, and the Pinnacles are the fingertips of the young men that didn't listen to their elders. Scientists have a different theory, which concludes that it was due to conspiring natural forces over 500,000 years ago. There are massive sand dunes rich in calcium carbonate, which is broken down marine life. There was heavy rainfall that dissolved the calcium carbonate in the sand dunes and allowed it to deposit on the bottom of the sand dunes as a layer of limestone. I prefer the Judas people's theory. Now back at Matt and Laura's, it's the 18th of November 1998. A Saturday morning, preparing breakfast on the barbie before going to my first ever cricket game, which was at the Wacker, Perth. It was the second test match, Australia versus England. We were in a box at the Wacker, a privileged place to be to watch the important game. I didn't understand the rules, and while England was batting, all I kept seeing on the huge TV screens was this animated duck walking on the screen. I didn't get it, but later learned that if you are out without a run, it's called out for a duck. Right, got it. So logical. Why couldn't I figure that out? It was a good view from the box, and I could see and hear a group of people having way too much fun. I was told it was a group of English supporters that follow the cricket and are called the Barmy Army. I have just realised, put B in front of Army and you get Barmy. Clever. The story behind the Barmy Army goes back to 1994, when a group of fans were supporting the tour Down Under. They were named by the local media as the Barmy Army because they were supporting such a hopeless team. The captain for the 94-95 tour was Michael Atherton. A founder member, Paul Braham, tells the story that a gang of supporters at the Adelaide Test got 100 t-shirts printed with Atherton's Army printed on it, with a Union flag and the new nickname Barmy Army. Other fans wanted to have one, so they had to have another 3,000 printed. Being intrigued by the singing, the actions and the sunshine, I was beckoned, so I told Matty that I was going to sit with the Barmy Army. I will admit I was a little bored. Nothing seemed to be happening in this sport, and it goes on for hours and hours. Matty looked a bit concerned, warning me that it may not be a safe thing to do. I said, "They're only some English fans having a good time. What's unsafe about that?" So I left and joined the area where the Barmy Army were. They were lovely. In 1998, it was only the second tour Down Under for the Army, so a relatively small number compared to today's Army. They sang, drank and were happy. Every time England got a six, they would do the conga and I would join in. Fortunately, or unfortunately, at the Wacker in November 1998, there weren't that many congas needed. Later, I would be joined by Matty and co. from the sponsors box, and they joined in the atmosphere too. To say Matty was a professional rugby league player, he was sometimes reserved. I also remember the time when he was in the UK playing for Wakefield Trinity, and I took them on a surprise adventure. There was Matt and Laura, Jeanette and me. I took them all to Sheffield to see the Spice Girls in concert. They loved it, but I bet they would never have dreamt of going. In life, you must think out of the box. Seize opportunities. Don't fear what others say or think. If you are not harming anyone or yourself, then do it. People will always judge and gossip about you. To have memories, you must first live a life worth remembering. Don't be fearful about who you are. Be authentic and you will be happy. Fear the judgment and thoughts of others and you will be stuck. Go and experience things for yourself and then decide how you feel. Don't fear being different. Being different is being free. After the cricket match, I got the signatures of the English cricketers. Not that I can read anyone's name. Matt also got my Barmy Army hat signed by the Aussie team. After the day's results, the hat is probably of more value than the signatures of the English players. However, a very wonderful day, even though England got stuffed. The next day I found myself in another VIP box watching the newly formed, just 2 years before, Perth Glory soccer team. Perth had problems due to its location, with the expenses of travel, having to fly everywhere, and other teams having the expense of flying to Perth to play, which is an added challenge for establishing new professional teams. Today, the Perth Glory soccer team are still very much alive and kicking. I was lucky to have experienced their beginnings and happy that they went from strength to strength. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for the Western Perth Reds, professional rugby league team formed in 1995. Matt Fuller was one of their players. I think it was a red rugby shirt that he gave to Rob in exchange for the F1 shirt. When Matty had been playing at Wakefield, he had faith in me fixing any injuries he had. It's always difficult to get a good hands-on treatment at the rugby club. There is usually one physio only and loads of players to take care of, and they are usually training too. I told Matty I would come and help the new club out when I got my degree finished. But alas, it wasn't meant to be. The club becoming extinct in just 3 years. I am sure one day there will be another Western Reds Rugby League team. Let's hope so. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Recordings at Nantes Hospital. Stubby is being naughty. Moaning and more delays. You have to do something in your life that is honourable and not cowardly if you are to live in peace with yourself. Larry Brown.
Well, it's about 9:30 on Saturday evening. I've just asked for my morphine. Oh, the hand is just playing up a bit, but I think it's definitely going longer between needs of morphine. It'll be fine in the next 5 minutes now. I've had the morphine. But it's still quite bad. But I've had a really good day because the Golden Girls arrived. Oh God, sod off, Stubby. That's my name I'm giving to me arm, Stubby. But at the moment he's not playing very well. Stubby. Oh, what happens is it just tightens and tightens and tightens and tightens and tightens, and it won't relax. And so now all my arm is in spasm and tightening, and it's, but I know the drug, if she's given me the right one, because she told me to swallow it, but if it's the right one, you put it under your tongue. I'm sure it'll be the right one. I'll know anyway if this doesn't go in the next 5 minutes. They've given me crap one, they won't give me the right one. But anyway, Stubby. Anyway, so it was good. I can't believe they've been. And they just come and they're good fun. And we chat about this, that, and other. Usually we chat a bit about poo and farts for some reason. And it's good. Good company. I didn't really expect to come today because I told Rob to tell him that I might be going on Tuesday, and also to tell him where I were. They did go to my old room, and Mel went in and she said she saw this person with a cover over him with black hair, so she's nipped out and said, oops, wrong place. So then the took ages trying to find it. Oh, Stubby. I think he's calming down, I'm not sure. Oh, God. But anyway, that was nice. It passed on Saturday. Sunday will be boring, I suppose, but I can finish my book. And then Monday they'll be messing about with me, going for radiogram, x-rays and everything else. And then I've got to wait to see if I'm going on Tuesday. I don't even know if I'm allowed to go in the clothing or whether I have to put my own on. I won't be able to get knickers on. I've no chance. Can't even, well, it'd be impossible. Stumbly, calm down. I think he's calming down. But today, the girl, who's quite a bit pushy really, but in a nice way, she had me sitting up, which were quite difficult. But I sat up for about 20 minutes. Oh, I don't know if she's on tomorrow, but no doubt she'll have me sitting up again. She did suggest a chair, but I said, no, I'm not ready for a chair. But I don't want to do anything because I'm moving and I want to be in the place that knows about rehabilitation. So I'm going to avoid that chair. She's not getting me in a chair. If you want me in a chair when I move, that's different. But I'm not. No, I'll sit up for her because I know I can handle that. But I'm not going in a chair because I've got to get from the bed into a chair and then from the chair into the bed, which to me means weight bearing or somebody getting hold of me and making me scream. So I'll just say no for that one. I don't think there's anything else. Stubby's finally calming down. I'm alright. The beginning of the week I've had some, as you probably hear on the tape, some horrendous time with it. But at last, they don't seem to argue when I ask for it. So I don't know what's happened there. I don't know if somebody's had a word with them or I've got through to them. I don't know. But I only hope this one she's given is the right one. But we'll see. If it's not, I'll have to buzz them again. But I'm now going to turn the light off and try and go to sleep. Because that often helps him calm down. But there you have it. Another day gone.
Five minutes.
Well, it's now Sunday dinner time. I haven't got a clue what date it is. It must be 8th, 10th of May. I don't know. I had a good night's sleep. They've been to mess about with me and wash me and clean me and change me and whatever else. The nurse has been to change the dressings. Stumpy, which is the name I've given to my hand that's no longer there. Stumpy has been quite naughty today. He's actually played up a bit. So the nurse was just dressed him and my legs and my groin. It's just come back with my morphine. It's just Stumpy now should behave himself for a while. It's just if you turn a certain position, it's just, I don't know, playing up a bit really. The doctor's just been and had a quick look. I think the nurse said she was worried because my leg was warm. I think they're worried about an infection, but to be honest, the leg's been warm since day one. I just think it's the metal in my femur and the bolts, the 4 bolts. I think it's just a foreign body that the body doesn't like. But tomorrow I get everything x-rayed, so I don't know what they can see from x-rays, but they might be able to find out. So there you go. The sun's out-ish. It's fairly quiet because it's a Sunday, and I'm just slowly reading through my book because that's all I've got left to read. Eating a few chocolates and hiding the wrappers so the nurses don't tell me off, and just waiting for the go-ahead for movement. So I suppose I should in the next tonight or tomorrow summarise this place before I leave and remember all the things, but I may repeat myself. I can't really think of much really to say, except it's been a challenge. It's been hard, painful, depressing, and I think there's more to come really. I want Stubby to calm himself down now. It's nearly a week. It's a week tomorrow when it's been done. So I've got him to calm down a bit. He needs to calm down. But like Mel said, once he's calmed down, I'll probably feel all pain in my leg. But it's just a thing I have to get through, isn't it? So, if I've missed anything, I'm sorry. It might come back to me, and I need to just tape it as I remember. Stubby. She's just kicking off again. But all in all, I've survived a month. I'm sure I can survive another couple. So, bye.
4 minutes. At the beginning of this recording, I was calling Stubby Stumpy, but it is really Stubby.
Hi must be the 9th of May today, because it's Monday. I had my operation on my hand last Monday, which was the 2nd. So 7 and 9. 7 and 2 is 9. So the 9th of May. Been sort of a good weekend. I didn't expect anybody to come. I knew my mum and dad and Philip and Carol were coming on Friday. But I didn't realise the Golden Girls were coming on Saturday. So that was good. They did get lost. I went to my old room and walked in and saw somebody else with black hair under the covers and thought, oops, that's not Penny, and disappeared. And they did take a bit to find me, but they did get here eventually. Sunday, nobody was here. And today, which is Monday, just now, or a few hours ago, Eric, Michelle and Audrey visited, which was good. They'd just been to IKEA, so they called here as well. She did ask the nurse about where I was going and when, but she said that I'm not likely to go tomorrow or the day after. But I just had a woman in who does like the files or checks you out. I couldn't talk to her because I were on my Bathurst, but I managed to say to her, I'm not going tomorrow now. She says, oh, we're just waiting for a place. So I don't know what's happening. But anyway, Michelle's given him her number as well. At least she'll understand the French, whereas when they're reading Robert, although he does understand it, but it's not a drama, she's only trying to help. So, there I am. I was hoping tonight I would summarise this place, but maybe I'll be here a bit longer. What's happened today though, the physio come again, the good one. She worked on my arm, on my leg, and put me on this machine that slowly bends your leg. So if I have to stay here a few more days, at least that's a bonus, because she is really good, even though she hurts me. She's good. And I don't think I forgot anything. Oh, I have forgot something today, although it's just starting now, but not too bad. Today I've gone all day without needing morphine for Stubby here. I'm going to get some at 8 o'clock. I think that'll be too much for me to go all night as well. But I've gone more all day. I had some this morning, and I haven't had any midday. So that's progress. But he is starting to get a bit naughty. I'll ring him at 8 if nurse hasn't come. I had all my x-rays done today. I'm trying to explain to the nurse that the cast irritates the sore on my left leg, but she don't understand me. I can just feel it rubbing against it. But I don't know. I don't think it'll ever heal while ever it's getting irritated. But we'll see. No doubt the doctors will be here tomorrow with the results. I'll find out more. That's it really. Bit fed up that I'm not moving on. But you get to, in this place, nothing's when it's to say it is. For a week they've been saying I'll go on Tuesday, and they don't really know. So, just a matter of waiting as usual. The only problem is I'm struggling with the food. I just want plain veg or fruit, and everything's always messed up. But at least I got a banana tonight, so that was good. So, and I've had a poo, so they can't hassle me about that one. Oh, but getting on them bedpans, they absolutely wreck you. And I've got a really bad sore, a bed sore, just in the nick of my derriere. I'm sure it's bedpans, they say it's not, but I'm bloody sure it is, because they just dragged me on them. But what a way to go. But anyway, I'm going to try and stay positive, read my book, just get through another night, which will then take me to Tuesday. Okay, over and out.
6 minutes.
This will be quick because I'm not sure when they're coming to wash me, but it's now Tuesday morning. I'm not going to New York. I've had both doctors in. Dr. Peacott. I can't remember the names, I should remember names. But he's the orthopaedic surgeon. I quite like him, he's quite funny. He looks a bit like the two Ronnies. It's Ronnie Barker, the bigger one, with the white hair, but he's not quite got white hair. And he's got round black glasses instead of the bigger ones that Ronnie has. I find him good. He's got a bit of a joke about him. At first he came across really serious, and then I think he realised that he could talk, so he speaks very posh English. And x-rays see everything's good. I need a bit longer with these barbecue skewers in my feet, on my left 4 toes. Everything's fine, but I still need, he prefers me to have another 2 months without weight bearing on my right leg. The plastic surgeon, I can't remember his name, and she's just told me, he's more like your George Clooney looking, although he did look a bit rough this morning. I think sometimes it looks a bit unkempt, probably because I don't know if they have to stay here some nights or whether, I don't know. But he's the chef, he's the chief of clinic. I've seen him quite a lot. I don't even know if he actually does the operation or if he just oversees it. I'm not sure, I've never asked. But he's very sort of, contacts me a lot and speaks to me a lot throughout the whole of it. He's, unfortunately, we're examining me and everything's good, he's happy with everything. And, if I only didn't let gas out, in front of George Clooney. But I just said pardon, he said no paragraph. The gas is crazy. I think it's the medicament, or it's maybe the processed food I'm having to try and eat. But they were alright. But anyway, so the nurse has just been, I get new nurses all the time. I honestly think the nurse's aim each day is to see how many people they can get to scream. Because she's done it, and they honestly do not acknowledge people's discomfort or inability to move or anything. A couple of nurses have been trying to pick this scab off my lower right ankle, right? It's a big scab. I always were told to leave scabs on, but nurses here are obsessed in picking them off. And this is the last one remaining, and it's a big one and thick, and so she tried her best until I screamed my head off. So now, don't ask me why they picked your scab off, but she then stopped. I thought, bloody hell, as if I ain't got enough to cope with. Leave me scab alone. So the scab is half off and half on, and then it's giving me a bit of discomfort. But I'm quite okay. The surgeon, Dr. has recommended I see a psychologist. Everybody's trying to get me to see a psychiatrist. He said it's a big thing. I said to him, I've already got a degree in psychology. If they want me to see one, I'll see one. But I don't know what depths they'll reveal. They might section me if they get talking to me. But anyway, Stumpy at the moment is a bit tight playing up, but I think that's because he's been messed about with a bit. And I need to relax him. I need to relax my elbow and my shoulder a bit. I did ask for some morphine because he did get a bit rough. He's not getting as rough, but I don't let them know because at least I know I need the morphine under the tablets. No matter how much they tell me that the other ones works, it doesn't. So last night the girl came and she gave me two of these little white tablets. She said they were morphine, and then I said, but they don't work. And then 5 minutes later she come back with one under the tongue. I'm only having one. This was 8 o'clock last night, so I'm only having that at 8 o'clock, and then this one round about 7:30, 8 o'clock. And I tried to go all day until 8 o'clock at night again without one. I don't want to be on morphine, but I don't want to be in pain. So now they've taken my blood. There'll be somebody in to wash me and mess about with me. I think I'm getting a bottle patch on the back of my head. What else is there to say? And I don't know. That's it, really. I probably won't have any visitors at all because people are busy. I think Michelle suggested Rob's working this week and the boys are at school. So that's it. Don't know. We'll see. I can't see it being now before Thursday, before I go, and it might even be next week. But one can only wait and see, can't they? There's got to be a place, if there's no point sending me. Okay. From a fairly content, if that's the right word, person who is trying to just get through all the hoops and the dramas over and out.
6 minutes.
Well, it's still Tuesday, but it's about 9 o'clock Tuesday evening. I'm back taping because I think I need a good old moan. The day wasn't too bad, really, except I think I got up to the doctor and they washed me and everything else, and then the dinner came, which I'm really struggling with the food. I'm trying so hard to eat some of the food, but I suppose there's a number of reasons why I can't eat it. One, because if it's fish, if it's meat, I really struggle to eat it, knowing what the animals have gone through in intensive farming. The whole point of us having our own animals for eating is to not support that system. And also it's always covered in loads of sauce and stuff. In fact, she brought me some pork out the other day. I couldn't tell what it was. It was black, and I was saying, what's that? I thought, what's she giving me here? She said it was pork, and I went, I must have pulled her face, and she took it away and brought back, I don't know what she brought back, ham, boiled ham. So I'm struggling with the food. To keep giving me these, I wish they'd stop saying it to me. Oh, you've got to eat more in French. They say, it's good for you, you gotta eat. So, for example, tonight, it was rice pudding. Well, I do a rice pudding, and it's nowhere near like that. Wow, why is the rice not cooked? Why does it feel so, taste so, as if it's got loads of sweetness in? I don't know. Anyway, I can only take a few mouthfuls and then I'm over it. I can't eat anymore. And then they're constantly giving me these things in tubs, which are supposed to be high calorie. It's from Nestle's Scientific Health Department, whatever that is. And it's high in calorie or whatever. But you know, on the container, it never gives you what's in there. There's no ingredients on it whatsoever. So I haven't got a clue what's in there. It'll all be laboratory bloody fortified chemicals, which happen to be high in calories. There won't be a bit of bloody good in it. And then there's this other thing, a drink. No fibre, no fat, high calorie drink. Well, what's in that? Again, there's no ingredients on it. All I want is normal food. I know it's difficult because they're obviously supplying the whole of this massive hospital, and it's all probably manufactured outside. And that's why the soup is made out of powdered soup. That's why everything has this chemical taste. It's also probably because for a while now I've avoided that. I just have this big theory, and I have had for many years, that a lot of the food they're trying to get us to eat is really not healthy. I know that we follow and watch You a lot with Fernie Whittingstone, but far before I started watching him, I had this feeling deep inside that the food industry, especially the supermarkets, who are to blame, were just making us eat empty, fabricated, long-lasting, transportable cack. And I just refuse to take it on board. I refuse the fact that a carrot should be a carrot. It shouldn't. No, it's just, they've gone mental. The supermarkets are just creating all these outer space stuff that are really not good for our system. And that I am a believer. They'll never research it because they'll never want to find it out. But I'm a big believer that the food we eat causes half the problems that we get. Irritable bowel, I think it's down to what we've consumed unwillingly, unknowingly in the past. Cancers, more than ever. Sure, it's come from food and probably pollution. Just, I don't know. I'm just really, really struggling with it all. I don't say I don't eat chocolate and I don't eat processed things, but it's limited. And in our house, nothing, if I'm in charge anyway, is really processed. We go to the shop for provisions, not for food. So, and if I buy things, I try and buy organic. And there's a really nice farm not far from us who gave us so many pumpkins and turnips free of charge because we were ploughing them up for the pigs. And we made quite a few soups out of them as well. That I shop at, I often change, give him a rabbit or I'll give him things just because he's been so kind to us. And he grows organic things. But why is it so weird to be organic? Organic really is being normal. Organic's now got a word, hasn't it? But when my granddad was doing it, it was just normal. Most of the French, I'm hoping the new generation don't fall into the same suit as the UK and Australia and America. But I've got a sad feeling that I think there will be a power to the supermarkets even in France. I think they will forecome and fall to the powers of the supermarkets because they're a new generation who don't want to dig in the garden, who don't want to do house chickens. So, that's my moan about food. And also, the physio came back. She's good, and she left me on the machine for 30 minutes, which was fine. I kept having to massage my leg because it was quite painful. But she tried to move my shoulder, but I think she's actually strained some of the muscles last time she moved it. The problem is, physios, although she's a masseuse as well, want to move joints and move things. But when I was working, I always spent at least a couple of sessions massaging, giving them a full hour's massage treatment, then trying to move things. Because what's the point of moving something that's in spasm? It won't happen. All you do is force it, break the fibres down, then you've got two problems to look after. I don't know if I'll be able to get that across to her tomorrow. But I'll try and massage when I finish this. I'll try and massage as much as I can my shoulder. But I still haven't had any more morphine. So I don't know whether to try and not have any tonight, or I don't know. I think I'll definitely try and go a couple more hours because the night staff will be on now. Obviously, I told you before I wasn't going, which is frustrating because I need to move really now. After the physio, and after dinner, they put me in a chair. They put me on an harness and put me in a chair. Sat there for an hour. Absolutely hated it, but knew I had to do it. Felt really dizzy. Didn't feel happy. All I wanted to do was go to sleep and be left alone. But then they eventually put me back. And eventually it was dinner time, tea time, I mean. I had, again, what was it for tea? A bit of lettuce. What is with this lettuce over here? I try and look for the nice crunchy bit, but it's always black or, anyway. I ate some of it because I know I have to eat some of it. And then we had like a shepherd's pie. But I know the potatoes, bloody mashed potatoes. But I can't complain. Some bloody people are dying of starvation and I'm sat here complaining. But I just think, I sound like Jamie Oliver, but I just think they'd offer you some, well, I did get a banana, which was good. I did get a banana yesterday, which was good. But they'd think there'd be an offer of something natural. You know, something that you could just eat. But anyway, I'll stop moaning about the food. And then this woman came. I have to have an injection every day to stop blood clots. This woman, I swear to God, she's either trying to torture me and I just got my first mouthful of food. First of all, they came, maybe it's my own fault. They used to come at middle at night, well, not middle at night. Used to be half asleep, and the night staff would come with this big needle and inject you, and I'd be like, can't you do it before now? I'm just asleep and you're doing it. So now, I swear I've got a bloody scar from what that woman did. I don't know. You just know. Some put it in, you don't feel a thing. But the couple that have given me real pain have actually made me terrified of it now. And tonight I screamed and shouted shit because she can't put a needle in. I'm now going to cringe every time she comes because she can't put a needle in. So now I'm going to be more stressed. I hope to God she's off, but she did say I don't know. I need somebody else to give me it. Because some give you it and it's really straightforward and no pain. I'll have to just give her my dead leg, my dead side. Oh, she hurt me so much. What's the problem with them? You know, there's bad nurses and there's good nurses, and I seem to be getting more of bad ones than the good ones. They must all be trained same, but whether there's no interest in them, whether they've just not got the knack, I don't know. But I'm praying. I'm going to have to pray a lot tonight that I have a better day tomorrow, because I'm getting really, really down at the moment. Not because of my situation, just because I just want to move forward. I need to start thinking more positive. Told you it'd be a morning one, didn't I? But anyway, I want to get to proper food. At least in the yard I can get some stuff. I want things like almonds, figs, all from bio shop. I know it costs more, but at least I know I won't be trying to find chemicals. I have enough chemicals in my system as it is, without bloody food containing them. So anyway, I'll have to buzz later and get them to shut my shutters and pull me up this bed and probably have another pee. Oh, another good thing, I had another poo, but I didn't. Oh God, I'll have to tell you this. I hope you don't tell the brother doesn't. This is quite embarrassing. But I thought to myself, because I am so farty, I've never been as farty in my life, I'm putting it down to two things. I'm putting it down to my medicament and the food. And it's just so farting. And I couldn't believe it. This afternoon, late tea time, there'd be a poo come out. I thought, oh, shit. So, fortunately, I had my toilet roll next to me. I managed to get it, there was only a tiny bit. Then I thought, well, is there more coming? So I had to get some more because it was coming. I thought, what's going on? So I had to wrap it up in loads of newspaper. And I thought, what do I do? And then I buzzed and asked for a bedpan again. But I'd grab the poo and put it under my pillow so that I could put it in to the bedpan, because it was too embarrassing to tell her. But there was no problem. I just got her to pass me some of that stuff you put wash your hands in. Well, but it was like, oh my God, any more dramas? So I don't know. So I hope the poo ain't coming back. But it'll be down to bloody food if it is. Right, I'll leave you all in peace now. Sorry about the morning, but it's gonna be said, because I'll forget it when I leave, if ever I can get out of 554. I think that's my room number. Bye.
15 minutes.
Right, I'm going to have my last morning of the day. Still Tuesday. It's probably about 11 o'clock at night now. I buzzed the night staff because I wanted the shutters shut in and the cover put it on. And they also said having a problem with how the nurse's bandage made my leg is too tight, irritating me. But so eventually this nurse comes. Oh, and also the bed was tough. You have to unplug this airbed when you go to the block or x-rays, and when they put it back in, it's never quite the same. It was really hard, so it was time to get on my nerves a bit. So I buzzed, and eventually this girl come, sure she was a nurse. I think I read she was a nurse in a badge. I said, oh, my bed's a bit rough, can you turn it down? She went, no, it isn't. I'm thinking, why are you laying in it? How do you know? I went, alright, then leave it. She did mess about with it, but it's still rock solid, it's still hard. I'll ask a nice could you look at my bandage? I don't know if they're just nasty with me because I can't speak French properly or... And she was like, oh. I said, it's too tight. And she went, it isn't. No. I said, oh, forget it then. She said, oh, I'll go get my colleague or whatever they say. Toot sweet. An hour later, nothing. And by that time I'm wanting to pee desperately and I'm wanting to get my shutter shut and I'm wanting to go to bed because I know they're not coming back. So I had to press again. And this other nurse came different again because the other one, the first one, got me quite upset really. Because I don't want to be in this situation. Who wants to be in this situation? Who wants people running after them? I can't even have a pee on my own. And then just can't be asked even listening to you. I hardly ever ask for help. Only if I have to. So anyway, she's been saying before, just I don't know why they do these jobs if they don't want to help people. So I thought, oh, shite to all lot of you. I'll bloody sleep and I'll piss in bed and I'll just bloody have my foot falls off, it falls off. But I couldn't pee in bed, so I had to buzz again just to have a pee. But this other woman come, who was, she was nice before. She just said, no, you just buzz any time, it's not a problem. But I don't know. It is a problem. The whole thing's a big problem. I'm trying so hard to get through it, but I don't know how much more I can take, really. I think if they move me, it'll be a different environment, a different challenge, and I'll be able to... I think I'm isolated. No, I get visitors. I'm really lucky with visitors, but I have no phone. Rob was supposed to give me bloody Eric's phone, because when I said that I have no phone to him yesterday, they looked at each other. I said, well, we've given Rob a phone. So obviously that phone was supposed to be given to me, so I could keep in contact with Rob, but he didn't give me it for some reason. So I'm just frigging abandoned here in frigging Nantes. But anyway, such is life. Over and out, morning over.
4 minutes.
Well, it's Wednesday morning. Just had breakfast, fruit and 2 biscuits. The woman came, don't know who she is, but she's always walking around with files in her hand. Looked at my hip or whatever she looked at, and then said you're just waiting for a place, so it might be a week. Talking about how to upset somebody. But I was already a bit fed up. I don't know, I just think it's going to be one of those times where I might be up and down. Sheer frustration, sheer boredom. That if I could get hold of a good book, it might distract me from what's going on. So I'm a bit emotional, I suppose, today. But the 2 nice girls have come. The one that lives next to Madagascar and she's going back in July. She's been a student here. And the other woman that's quite active, she gets things done, but she's nice. And she knows, she's big into Arnica and she knows about alternative things, really. But I'm proud to say that I didn't have any more morphine last night, so I went all night without morphine. So I think I went all day as well. I think I only had morphine in the morning, So my hope today is to just have the morphine I've just had now. I felt I needed it. I don't know if it was mental, I don't know if it was just, I don't know what reason, but I felt I needed some it. I know it's got loads of side effects, but I need to slowly, if I'm down to one, I'll be happy. I don't want to totally get rid of it because I don't know what the journey's going to be like whenever I get there. But where it's going, I'll probably be all healed and ready for dancing. But anyway, I've got to just accept I'm going to be up and down emotionally. You want to, you're frustrated because you're not seeing the family and you're not seeing Rob, and you want to shout at Rob because he's not here. I don't know, it's just too difficult. But we'll see what today brings. No doubt they're determined to get me in that chair again, which isn't a problem. It needs to happen. It's just, I suppose I'm just sad that I'm stuck in the same place, but I should be grateful that I'm in bed, really. So, I'll read what the rest of this magazine I've got. The magazines are so full of cack, really, and advertisements. I've got Bob Flowerdew's book left to read, although he's a bit laborious. It might be better when he gets onto his veg. And I'm saving the radio. I'm not using it too much in case my battery runs out. And then I'll just have to wait for the nod. But at least I've got the psychiatrist to look forward to. That'll be interesting. After speaking to me, they might section me and keep me in a different department. I don't know. I suppose they've just got to look to be doing everything they can in case there's any problems later on. About 4 times they're trying to get me to see a psychiatrist. It would only cost George Clooney asked me that, I've said yes. Alright then, I'll try and stay positive. But I think I've got to accept that I'm going to be upset. I think it's just a process of healing, really, and not get too focused on it. If I'm upset, I've got to be upset. It's part of my emotions, part of everything that's going on. So hopefully I've asked and just prayed for a positive, good, forward moving day. No dramas. Okay.
4 minutes.
Well, it's now Wednesday evening, 10:30ish. Today has been fine. After breakfast, which I didn't have. What did I? Yes, I did have morphine at breakfast and my tablets. But I haven't had anything since. Things have been fine, not excruciating pain, but painful-ish. After breakfast, I had my toilet, was in the wash you all, and then they actually did my hair, asked me to wash my hair. I always yawn when I'm talking to this, which is quite hard because you've got to lay backwards to put the bed up, and lay backwards. How anybody coped in a normal bed when they were ill, I don't know. At least with these beds you can change positions and try and get some sort of comfort, and it's an advantage because they could turn me right up, so it was like head down, and then they could wash my hair. chance of having this nice nurse I've seen before, but she never actually come to do any of my dressings. So she came to do my dressings, so quite a few things happened really. Took the stitches out of Stubby, and then she checked the left leg, which I asked the night staff to do yesterday, but she said it was nothing wrong with it, so I gave up, but she took it off. And then this other nurse came, an older woman, and they put, which is what I wanted them to do, they put like this sticky stuff, but it's like padded, on the saw, which were rubbing, and then they put it also on this other side, which were all red, and between my little toe and my next toe, which the nail on my little toe is causing a problem with the next toe. And I haven't even felt the problem once. I was trying to explain to him for the last 3 days that if I keep irritating that, it's never going to heal. So they now got it, and she was really lovely. She took the stitches out really well, and everything was fine. The only problem now, so I hope she's on tomorrow, is my left leg has been done, but it's rubbing on my big toe. So I'm going to ask them if they don't mind just loosening that off a bit tomorrow. Or maybe I could try and... I've done it so tight I can't get it out of cast, but we'll see. So that was good. So, and he also found, which I thought, because I kept, when I was massaging, I kept thinking, I don't know what that is. He also found quite a few other stitches hanging around. So, goes to show. And I don't think it's good to have stitches because they can often go septic. So there were a couple on my knee and a couple down the bottom of my ankle. So I'm pleased about that. So there's two positive things. I washed and stitches out. And another thing, another girl gave me that injection you have to have for clotting, blood clotting, I think. And I'm like, oh, yesterday, really awful. I didn't even know she'd been. I said, right, you're booked for tomorrow. Yeah, I said, are you working tomorrow? I said, yeah, right, you've got to do it tomorrow. I said, the other one, what a nightmare. So, then I had to sit in my chair. I don't mind sitting in the chair. It's just, it shows you how ill I am, really, because it makes me feel a bit tired and a bit wobbly and a bit insecure, I suppose. But when she put me back in the chair, she did it on her own, but she's really good, and she wouldn't let go of my legs, and I said, oh, no. So my leg is, I've given it a good massage, but my legs are aching a bit, but it could have been from the physio yesterday, and also from leaning backwards today for quite a while, and I sort of move the bed so it's supported a bit in like a bit of a underneath, so it's not laying straight, because that seems to hurt it. So that's good. And the physio didn't come today, which in a way I was glad, because I think I maybe needed a rest, or the body needed a rest from her. So no doubt she'll be here tomorrow. So what else is there to say? Not a lot really. I keep thinking I should go on about other things, because if this book ever gets put together, it's going to be just about poo and caca and me complaining about food. Oh, food. I reminded myself. Food wasn't bad this dinner time. It was a chicken salady thing. I had to apologise to the chicken because I knew it's had an horrendous life just to feed me. And then we had eggs and what was it? And broccoli. So I ate all the broccoli. Actually, no sauce or anything, just broccoli. The eggs, I had a bit of the boiled eggs, but they just, I don't know, they just don't taste like. I'm being spoilt with our eggs because our eggs are so wonderful. They're fresh. You get spoiled, don't you? But another day tomorrow. I've got a meeting with a psychiatrist. So a string's coming to see if he can sort me out. I might end up interviewing him. Alright. So we'll see what is to be said. I just hope I'm in a good place tomorrow, so I don't come across all forlorn and give me lots of bloody medicament because I'm depressed. Who won't be depressed in this situation? I don't worry to any medicament. Oh, I'm not talking about medicament. I had my last antibiotic for the bladder infection. Thank goodness. They're like horse bullets, horse tablets, and I just hate taking antibiotics. Never liked taking antibiotics. I think they strip away too much of your own immune system. I think they just, if they just left me alone washing me and creaming me, I don't even know what's wrong with me. Sore maybe? I don't know. But, so, they just give you them, you can't even get a choice. Antibiotics. I just hope I can get my body back to its normal self without too much trouble. Too much, it might not. I mean, gosh, did I need the the medication when I arrived here, and I probably still need it now. But I hope there's a way of me not having anything in the future. I've just got to be patient and hope I just need this knee to move. The ankle, I think it will be a pain, but I can get it moving. But this knee is still very swollen. So I don't know what's happened there. We'll have to just see. Right. Over and out.
9 minutes. Although things were slowly improving, the pain still brought me challenges, and Stubby's character was starting to emerge. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Recordings at Nantes Hospital and phone conversations at last. It's not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. Marcus Aurelius.
So I was meeting them halfway to bring them home. What happened, because we have only one phone, because Rob lost it in Adelaide Airport. I'd taken the phone, and obviously I didn't get to where I was supposed to be meeting them. They were phoning, nobody was answering, and in the end they came all the way over to our house. Rob didn't have an idea what was going on. He knew that if I'd gone to their house, I would have sat and had a cuppa. So he wasn't worried about the time. But then obviously we only had one car. So then the boys were a bit panicky, but they told them that Mum had broke down and Stephen and Dad were going to go sort it out. So they'd come a different way, fortunately. So the boys didn't have to see the drama of all the ambulances, the police, the body bags and the cars. Rob says, I know which way she's gone. And so they found me. I don't know how the reaction was. I haven't really had a chance to speak to Rob properly, and he's been a Yorkshire male. He'll be all tough and everything else. But apparently they were just cutting me out. And I would explain to Rob that they were taking me by ambulance to get into an ambulance to go to Nantes. It wasn't looking very good at all. So Rob and Stephen went back to our house. I wasn't actually that far away, 15 minutes when they were 15 minutes away, Perth. Rob decided, as it was getting probably latish by now, Rob said he wanted to stay with the boys. They told him that they told the boys that they had to go back and help Mum sort out, and they'd just come to get some stuff to help the car. So why the boys didn't wonder where I was, but they gave them a story about just needing to prepare. So the boys then was satisfied and went to bed. So Rob stayed at home. Claire and Stephen left Louis sleeping with us on the sofa, and he loved it because he had Peggy and the cat and even Mars, the baby goat, as unfortunately the week before my beautiful female goat Star died. She'd given birth, and I lost one of the babies and lost her, which was really sad because she was such a beautiful character. So anyway, for a while we had Mars, the baby goat, in the room sleeping, much to Peggy and Skitty's annoyance, but he was motherless, and we had to feed him constantly by bottle. So Louis thought it was wonderful. So Rob stayed. I think he feared the worst, and he thought it was only right to be with the boys when the phone call came. Claire and Stephen came all the way to Nantes, which is a good hour and a half from us, and I haven't had a chance to speak to them either, but I think they just waited quite a while and stayed to try and get information. The information wasn't good. It was 50-50, and they feared the worst, and a lot of things. So I don't know when they came home. Early hours, I would think. And then Rob and Stephen came on Sunday. Apparently they came to see me, but I can't remember anybody coming. So I was probably well and truly out of it. The doctor in intensive told me that he didn't know what to do with me. So he gave me morphine for, well, he did say 10 years, and I went, I've been here 10 years? Well, he meant 10 hours. And then they obviously had to start patching up the legs, broken legs. I think the little bones were sticking out. They've had to put, I call it my dancing pole, into the femur on my right leg. And they've had to go in because I broke it at the bottom of the tib and fib. I think that's what's done. So anyway, it looks as if it's gone in, the surgeon's gone in from below my knee. And then there were various other things. The hand, apparently, there was so much gossip about the hand. I had to search for my hand in the car, but I think the hand was badly bad, and I lost lots of blood from the leg, probably, and the other injuries, because I've got a plate in my right ankle as well, so all the ankles smashed up. And I've got what I call barbecue skewers in my left toes, because they were all dislocated. And I broke my left wrist as well. That's got a plate in. But the hand, apparently, this is what Rob says, so this is what he remembers them telling him, that they had to chop the hand off and put it back on, and they flew some special person to do it. But unfortunately, it didn't take. It all went gangrene. And when I saw it after a few days coming round, I just went, just shed today, which is the tip, take it off, it needs to come off, no problem, take it off. But unfortunately, I had it for 6 days, which wasn't good for the pain, the smell and everything else. More on that later. But, so, we was a normal family, well, fairly normal. People reckon I'm not normal at all because I want these animals and want to be self-sufficient. And then I had a car crash. I'm hoping this pamphlet, this book, whatever it turns out to be, just helps the family, helps me when I'm having a really bad time, to read through the notes and just see how far I've actually come. But more than anything, I hope it helps other people who may find themselves in this situation. Everybody's saying that I'm being so strong, and they don't see me. My tears running down my cheek on a night. I'm not being strong. I'm just trying to be practical. I'm trying to be logical. I can't get my hand back. I actually think having a hand, my own hand, that were going to be stuck out and rigid and stiff, would probably be far worse than having Stumpy here. I'm already thinking of ways in which I can add things to him once he's healed. So I can dig in the garden, I can bake, I don't know. My only prayer, and I'll tell you something, I've had a permanent line to that man up there. I certainly have. And all his angels. Is that the leg is good. If I can walk and bend and move fairly normally, then I can do things. I can garden, I can put veg in, I can deal with the animals. But that's all out of my hands, really. I can work as hard as I can. having the background of, which is probably what I should have said earlier, but having the background of 35 plus years of rehabilitating people. I had a clinic where I trained where people who mainly did sports, but lots of different people came, and so I used to get them back on the road. I'll probably do a chapter on that, about me and myself. So at least I had the inside knowledge, which I don't, probably was to my advantage. But I just hope I can bring humour, hope, and maybe guidance to others through doing this.
12 minutes.
It's Thursday evening. It's got to be the 12th of May. Today's been okay. Usual wash. And then I got sat in my chair. And then I had dinner and sat in my chair. I think the nice woman who does seem to want to do a lot for me put me in the harness herself, which really scared me because I can't really let my right leg go down. So it needs somebody to hold it. So I hung on to it, but I couldn't reach it all. But we managed it. We managed to get onto the chair. And then putting me back on were a little bit of a drama, but there was somebody else there. Came in to hold my leg. God, I'm so relieved when I get back on my bed. It's so tiring being in that chair. I think it's just because it's using my head's in a different position. It's using different muscles. So, once I got back in, I had quite a long sleep. The doctor said that I was going to get a trichologist or a psychiatrist here today, but nobody turned up. So, like everything else, nothing happens on the day they say it's going to happen here. I did after tea, or a bit before tea really, but definitely after tea. Feel quite sad. Really sad. I think I was frustrated. I felt abandoned. I felt because I haven't seen Rob and the boys, I haven't got any phone, I'm not communicating with anybody. I just felt really, really bad. I wanted to give Robert a rollicking because he's been the same. He don't communicate well at all, and it's got to stop because it's not good enough. I want him to phone me. I want to be able to speak to him. So that's got to be a massive improvement. But I was getting myself all upset and angry, and I've no books to read, which distracts me and passes time on. Then I asked the nice girl that's been looking after me, the one that is going back to her island, which is next to Madagascar. That didn't help. She said that she's Skyped her boyfriend or phoned him every day she's been here. Every day. I said, can you mind telling that to Rob when he comes? But anyway, she passed me out the book that I haven't had out for a while, Mel's Positive Thinking book, and I just randomly open a page, and it basically said, and it makes you feel so much better, it basically said you have to, how you think something before you ever start to do something will basically dictate the end result of what you do. So for example, if you have faith in something and believe in something, you're going to be more likely to achieve that. But if you start out thinking you're not going to be achieve it or not going to be good, then you won't be. They gave an example of some baseball team that were losing, and then there were a preacher, it's American, there were a preacher who everybody believed in, and he took all the bats down in a wheelbarrow and had them blessed or whatever, and the next day and forevermore they just believed in themselves and they were hitting runs. So I'm going to spend some time just thinking and trying to get positive. Although it's really difficult, but I'm going to try and be positive. Okay.
4 minutes.
Well, it's Friday dinner time. Just had dinner, and it's usually quiet for a little while when they've taken your plates back. There's usually a half an hour of peace. This morning went fairly quick. I got my bandages changed. Stubby now doesn't have any cover on him. All stitches are out. The only thing left to do is take the barbecue skewers out of my left toes. Both doctors visited. Happy. The doctor says, I don't know if it's Wednesday. This is Wednesday or Thursday. Others seem to think it's Wednesday. The Dr. Pichu, this orthopaedic surgeon, will come back either the day before or that morning to pull out my skewers, my barbecue skewers. He said he can do it here and there's only like 4 seconds of pain. So I'm not thinking about that. I'll just have to bite the covers and just fall lots of pain. All stitches are out. He says that I probably don't need the casts, but to use them on a night to keep the foot in the right place. So, that's all good, I think. I'm trying to think of anything I've forgotten to mention to add on to this. Only thing I forgot to mention, which is a bit strange, but when I was in intensive care, she was a very efficient nurse actually, but when she used to clean you and wash you, she did say you have a very good bottom. That's something very good bottom returns. It's just probably because I used to train quite a lot, but also I've been climbing over loads of things and fences and God knows what else to feed all the animals, so I probably just toned up for that. But anyway, all that needs working at in the future. Quite positive today, although yesterday I was quite sad about feeling abandoned. Today I don't feel so abandoned. I'm hoping I get visitors at the weekend. Rob has got to come, he knows he's got to come because I haven't seen him for so long and he needs to bring me some stuff. And also the woman's been and he needs to sort out my tax returns, which I said he needed to get Marie in to help him. Whether it's been done or not, I don't know. So he'll have to come to sort that out anyway. It's got to be in by 30th. So that ain't far off. Also, I had a rendezvous with the trichologist, the psychologist. I don't know, just talked him to death for half an hour. He just says I've got a very strong, good attitude, and he may come back before I leave just to have a chat. I don't know. They've just got to do things, haven't they? It's better if I refuse, which I constantly did, but it's better for the hospital, especially when they're passing you on to another place, to have everything tidied up. So me talking to a psychiatrist means at least they can say that they looked after my mind in case I go cuckoo when I get somewhere else. The fact that I'm already cuckoo, and I'll probably never not be cuckoo, is just one of my personalities. So I think that's all really. I can't think of anything else. It's just been very, very boring. Although I'm reading Bob Flowerdew's book, which is fine, I'm interested, but it would have been nice to have just got into a good bit of a novel to escape somewhere. So I do hope that Rob comes tomorrow with the boys and brings me some goodies. Bye.
5 minutes.
Well, it's Friday evening, 10 o'clock. I've just finished reading. Need to go to sleep now. Just got the night stuff in because my covers were all over the place, and I've got like metal things to stop them landing on my legs. And I have a blanket, but the blanket's that heavy, it's just not worth it. So I've taken it off and got the assistant in. At the same time, I had a pee, and hopefully I can get sleep. But I thought I'd just tune in, because I've been going to do this for ages, and I haven't done it. And it's the basan, talking about the basan, which is basically the bedpan. It's been an absolute nightmare. I'm sort of grateful I'm actually peeing myself, although I've finished the antibiotics. I don't know if I'm still growing mushrooms or not, but one has just got to go with what they say. But the basan, I suppose it's a good invention, but people who are really nice have this little bottle of spray stuff that they spray on it, and it means it gets a bit slippy. I've hardly seen it up here, but I did see it in traumatology, but not many use it, but one or two insist on using it. I suppose another week on, having had the hand removed and it's now Stubby's growing and it's had his stitches out and everything, I am more flexible. The knee is more flexible. I'm getting more physio on it, so I can move better. But when I first started using them, first of all, I needed 2 people. I just couldn't do it. Now I sort of lift myself up and they put it underneath, so you only need 1 person. But I dreaded having to use it because it was so hard to actually get on it right. I was always worried about missing it and peeing or pooing in the bed. And so I often had to move it around, which was difficult. It's probably easy now because every week you move forward a bit. Like tonight, you were in the totally wrong place, so I had to hoist myself up with my left broken hand, who I keep keeping an eye on, but I have to use it to function. And I had to totally move into a different place. And then I have to sit myself up, try and move my knees up so I actually feel in a position. Because I don't know if anybody's tried peeing uphill, but it's really hard. So I have to try and fiddle about with the right position. And then they obviously have to take it away. But I just feel it's one of those things that is taken for granted. I'm sure that, I don't know if it's called a basant for men, it's like a jug really, isn't it, the men pee. But I'm sure they have to do the same one for pooing. But for men it must be easier. But all these things we take so for granted. It's been so hard me just getting on a bedpan without pain. But then I look at the positive, at least I'm peeing and haven't got a catheter in, which, although it was good because you were lazy and you didn't have to think about it, it obviously causes, it's not good for bacteria and things like that. And over a long period of time, I think it would be quite harmful to your function, bladder function. I think I had it 4 weeks, which is long enough, I think. But, so, never take peeing and pooing for granted. I can't wait till I can sit on my toilet and have a poo and a pee in peace. Although, I never can have a poo or pee in peace, because invariably somebody shouts me, wants me, or suddenly they need the toilet, or clean the teeth because they're going to school. But that will be a major achievement, peeing on my own, or not on, in my own toilet. That's looking good. Right, that's the basam dealt with. But Lee, you and me, I have found that quite a hard thing to do. But one gets over these things.
Five minutes.
Well, it's about 2 o'clock, 2:30. Saturday morning. Bloody nurse have done the exact same thing to every night. They come, they just open the door wide open so all the light floods in. And I wake up startled. Just ask me if I'm alright. And now I'm agitated and can't get back to sleep. Where is the logic? What is the logic with these people? What is the point in coming at 2 o'clock to see if I'm alright? I could have been really dead on the floor before now. Why don't they come at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock? Anyway, I'm going to ask his boss, I'm going to tell him it's wrong. Every night now I'm having disturbed sleep. You're supposed to sleep, and every night I'm getting disturbed and then I can't get back to sleep. It's stupid, it's wrong. That's me more over.
1 minute.
It's now about probably 8:30, 9 o'clock Saturday evening. It's been a good day. The boys arrived in good time, although I was a bit angry. Well, not angry, just at sort, because he didn't get me a phone and I was so looking forward to a phone, and I wasn't feeling well because I think I've got a bit of sickness and diarrhea. I think it's the antibiotics that they gave me for 5 days. I think it's just coming out of my system because I've been to the toilet 3 times today. It's quite painful. So I was just agitated, and then obviously poor Rob got it all, and he shouldn't really get it all because he's just got so much to owe. The boys have been so good as well. It's so frustrating when I'm stuck here. He says he's ringing the hospital, but nobody's passed on any messages. You just start thinking, well, I'm just being abandoned. And I've not got a phone, I can't speak to anybody. It's just not been good for 5 days. So Rob got in neck when Elliot said, I'm going to sit over here so that I don't get shouted at. I wasn't really shouting, I just needed to express my sheer frustration. I'm just feeling a bit sick. So if I stop this, it's because I'm feeling sick. But they bought me some figs and some almonds, some royal jelly, which actually tastes awful, so I'll have to find a way of eating that. But none of that's given me this feeling, because I fell off for a few days, really. So I think not the nurse assistants came in when the family were in, and I weren't that happy. So I think she thought I was a bit unfair, but I was just really beside myself with mentalness, because I can't communicate with my friends, I can't communicate with anybody. There's Kay and Dennis, who haven't spoken to some dear friends of mine that are all worrying. There's Claire and Stephen, there's Sharon, who I've still not spoken to. And to not have a phone is ridiculous. And I'm not signing up for one of these phones because, one, I keep going to move, and two, I think they're really expensive for both parties, so I'm not. But all is good now. I'll just have to make sure I'm in a nice mood next time I see Rob. I'm just sending him all my love through the airways and hope he gets it. I also was lucky to have a phone call from my mum and dad, although they phoned me fairly soon when they got here, which meant that they got me on a bit of a downer, which then upset my mum a bit. But then, what can you do? You can't hide it all the time, can you really? So my mum had a chat, and everybody's saying how strong you are and how this you are. Then my dad said, I'm doing really well. And sometimes my dad's old and his brain's not like it used to be. But when he spoke to me today, it's as if he'd gone back 40 years and he was just different. He just said how I've done so well and how proud he is of how I'm coping and stuff. That just makes you feel worse. So I hope I haven't upset my mum too much, but it's good to hear him. And then I put the phone down and it rang again. And it was Claire, Stephen and Louis, because none of them expected me to answer, so they were all over the moon when they heard my voice, because I haven't been able to talk to any of them. And she was just so happy, and Louis was so happy, and he's only a young kid, but he understands what's going on, and she just says, I can't believe. She says she had to have quite a big operation, a gynae operation, and she says, I couldn't stick it for 5 days, and here I am 6 weeks later, and without any phone. But now I've spoken to quite a few people, I don't really feel the need for a phone actually. I'm over the phone. So I had a good chat with Claire and Stephen. She told me she'd spoken to Sharon in Australia, because Sharon phoned me, but she phoned the nurse's phone, and the nurse was stood there not happy, so I could only say a few words to her, and she sounded upset. Claire says she was very upset, and she wanted to come over, but she couldn't afford to come over, and I don't expect to come over, and I've just got to, that's the next person I need to make contact with. I need to speak to her. So it was good to Claire this evening. They're coming over in 2 weeks. So we'll get to see them again. And then put the phone down again. And it was Kay, who didn't expect to hear me. Oh, Kay. She was like, she was so pleased to hear me. I forget how people are going through out there. Because it's been such a serious accident. I forget people actually do care about you. And it's been a shock to a lot of people. Pat and Robin went up to tell them about the accident. As like Kay said, she said we were both in such a big shock. So I'm sorry I'm causing so many people so much sadness. But I had a really good chat to Kay, and she feels she was so much better. And then Paul come on. Paul, absolutely blessing. He's having some troubles of his own. And when I was in England, we used to train together, and I think I kept him a bit sane. So he's having quite a difficult time, because he said I really spoke to him and said my situation is no different to his now, really. I was sending so much love and so much prayer and healing. That's my aim, is to just send him love and prayers and hopefully. And it was just so nice to talk to them. And then we got to talk to Kelly briefly. So she's good, baby's good, no more colic. So that's good. And then I got to talk to the boys and Rob. I know they had to leave, but they stayed here for quite a while. And I probably won't get to see him now for another week. I just hope that I still go on Wednesday. I hope I can be strong. I've got 2 more reading books, so they should keep me out of mischief. And I've got Mel's book that is saving me to some extent. I'm trying to remember a thing it says in it. I still can't remember it. I can do everything through Christ. Oh, I'll have to look it up. You see, I can't even remember it. I'll find it first. I can do... Oh, here it is. I can do all things through Christ, which strengthens me. So, the book is all about having faith in things. And it is extremely good. But it's not religious. It is, but it's not religious. It's just common sense. Hey, why can't that work? Because the way the world's going, there's nothing else that's going to work. Everybody just hates everybody. But I'm going to have to go now because I still feel sick. So bye for now. Bye.
11 minutes. A week on from the big operation and the arrival of Stubby brought many frustrations and questions. The biggest one being why I couldn't have a phone. End of chapter. Chapter 19. My last recordings at Nantes. Thinking is difficult. That's why most people judge. Carl Jung.
Well, I think it's the 15th, not sure, Sunday night. I am just giving you a bit of a update because I know there may only be a few days left here, so I'm trying to get all the information in before I go. Today's been good. I slept really well last night. I didn't even notice them coming to see me at 2, but I think they now just open the door slightly. I think they've understood, wakes me up. Today, obviously no visitors, but I've had a shower. My first one in 6 weeks, although they're really, really good at giving you bed baths. They are, every day they give you bed baths, and they make you feel like a new person. But the bath, or shower, basically it's very clever. They lift you onto another trolley, which is all plastic, quite hard on your back really. It makes this air mattress seem quite soft, so I'm not going to complain. And they can pull the sides up, and then they take you down the hall to this wet room, and then they pull the sides up, and you lay there and they shower you. The only disadvantage is, which I would probably change, she washed my hair, but she sort of wet my hair and then she put water over my body. She did eventually put a towel over me, but at first she didn't, and then she went back to wash my hair, so I was freaking shivering because the room wasn't really warm. But it was good. It was another experience. Then they bring you back, put you back on your bed, and it's all good. Then, because I didn't go in my chair yesterday, I promised them I would go in today. So then they put me in the chair today for dinner. Dinner wasn't too bad actually. I don't know what sort of poultry it was. Might have been duck, I don't know, it wasn't chicken and it wasn't, I don't know what it was. It wasn't big enough for a turkey, so who knows what it was, but there were some nice vegetables, so I ate them. More than can be said for tea, which was some horrendous pasta, was some horrendous cheese in it. Even woman that served me, who we got talking to, is going to London next week for a week, visiting London. And last night she told me she was staying in Manchester, and I'm thinking all night. And so I had to ask her when she came back to work this afternoon. I says, "Are you really staying in Manchester?" I says, "Because that's a long way from London. There's no tubes." She says, "Yeah, we're staying in Manchester. Stag at Manchester." And then she must have either phoned her husband or checked. And then she come back to me and said, No, we're staying at Arsenal, Stag. Oh, well, that's a bit nearer to London. So she was chatting. The only thing is, she and another girl put me back in because I'd had enough being in chair. I wanted to sleep, and you can't really sleep. So they put me back in, but God, they got me wrong around. And I couldn't get my legs on the bed, and I tried to push me past the crane thing. Oh, it made me scream. They didn't mean to do it, they really didn't mean to do it, but sometimes I don't think, and that's why I'm really, because I'm already, because I don't think the gate that my right leg is not good. I'd already put my left leg under my right leg to support it, because I didn't think they got it, that I needed to support it. And then they just moved me, pushed my leg up, past, because it wouldn't go past, and it's just, oh shit, that was so painful. And then I don't think I've been on any, I've not been on the under the tongue morphine today. I am on 2 small morphines each day, and I haven't been on any dolipan at all today. So that's quite good. But it didn't help. I'm going to probably give my knee, because it's a bit stiff, a little bit of a massage before I go to sleep. It's around about 10:30 now. But God, I was yawn on these. I've just been reading a book called Shepherd's Life, A Tale of the Lake District, James Rebanks. B banks. And the top of it says, a surprising hit of the year, Daily Mail. So I'm reading it, and it's all about this farmer in the Lake District, really. And it's clever because it's not like in chapters, it jumps from this to that to this, and it works quite well. It's just telling this story. So in 1 minute he'll be at school, next minute he's on the farm, and then next minute he's a 9-year-old with his granddad. And I'm thinking, well, if this tape recording ever gets put to print, it could work if you just say it as it is and say something, then go back to, then that takes you off to something else and stuff. So it might work. Who knows? I don't know if it'll ever happen, but it's good, and it won the Book of the Year or whatever it was. So I can't put it down. I've nearly finished it, and I must go to sleep. So I'm giving myself a honey sweet, and after that's finished, I've got to stop reading, else I'm never going to go to bed. So as you can hear, I'm on a much more positive day today. And I've just got to keep that way. And yesterday was quite I think just seeing family doesn't help, does it really? It helps, but at first it doesn't, because you want to be with them. But anyway, all is good, I think. So we'll see. I'm hoping the doctor takes me barbecue skewers out tomorrow. One, because they're hurting a bit, and two, I want to get it over and done with. He says it's only 4 seconds of pain, but there's pain and there's pain. And 4 seconds, how does he know it's 4 seconds? Anyway, the sooner that's done with, the better, but I have a feeling he'll do it on Tuesday. Right. Bye.
Seven minutes.
It's probably the early hours of Tuesday morning. I thought it was a good idea each day to talk to this as my day's end in Nantes. Tuesday today should be my last day and night, and hopefully, if all goes well, Wednesday is when I leave for New York. A young man came yesterday, Monday, to tell me that I would be leaving. I'm quite hopeful, although it has been said before, dates have been given before, and it's never happened. But I think I need to move. They need the bed here. I need to move, so I'm sure it will happen on Wednesday, tomorrow. Today, I hope Dr. Pinachu, the orthopedic surgeon, is going to take my barbecue skewers out. I'm really not looking forward to it, because he says it's just 4 seconds of pain. But I'm just going to bear it. It can't. The amount of pain I've been through over this last 6.5 weeks cannot compare to somebody just taking some skewers out of my toes. So I'll just grin and bear that, and maybe bite the covers, or just pray really hard that I don't have too much pain. Yesterday was a very quiet day, but by the time they've washed you, changed your bed and everything else, and put you in the chair, it's dinner time, and then you have to eat dinner. Again, I'm not, the food's okay, but I'm not enthusiastic over it. And really know I have to eat something. And I am doing, but I can't say I'm overly impressed. But I don't really need so much food because I'm not doing anything. It's not like when, before the accident, even though I didn't eat that much then, but I was always running about doing the animals, being physical. So I'm eating, but I'm not hungry, if you know what I mean. I'm looking forward to it. I eat. It's probably more something to do, a phase in the day where you a bit of what's for dinner, you look, think, oh, right, and eat some of it and pass on another half hour to an hour. That's what dinner and tea's about, passing on time. As far as time goes, I have not got a clue. My radio now, there's no battery, so I can't switch on to see the time. The physio didn't come yesterday, which I was quite pleased about, because the day before my leg got hurt, put me back into bed. Well, I don't think it got pushed the wrong way, so it's been a bit stiff. So, and I do loads of movements. So I keep moving it, it's just won't bend how it should do, so I hope it is going to bend, because I don't know why it's not bending. But I'll keep working at it. It's essential I get on my feet. I won't be able to do anything if I can't at least have some mobility in my legs. The challenge probably, next challenge is physio and legs. So yesterday, just read my book, finished it, and stayed here really, and didn't do much. I've been thinking about these tapings, and I was trying to get to my head how you would start such a novel book off. So I'll just chat and see if it comes out right. I know I've sort of done something before, but I just really want to talk as an introduction, maybe, or as a page. I suppose the first page I would do would be to thank everyone. My thanks would go out to, obviously, my friends and family, especially the Golden Girls. They know who they are. Even though we seem to spend an hour of their visit time talking about poo and farting. But I'd also like to give all my thanks to every person who's helped me, who's washed me, who's cleaned me, who's endured me. I'd like to give special thanks to that doctor in intensive, and he was on nights. Luis, or Luca, yeah, they say a different way, who spoke to me and gave me some reassurance. There were many good people that I have seen, who cared and really wanted to help you. So thank you to all those. I also cannot thank the surgeons and the doctors enough. I know I was a mess when I arrived, and they really didn't know where to start with me. But somehow, they just started and fixed all the bits and bobs. I'd like to give thanks to my right hand that has now gone. This may sound strange, but thanks for all what it's done. The degrees, the exams, the decorating, the renovations, the gardening, the knitting, the holding of babies, everything it's ever done, I thank it. And I also like to thank my new replacement, Stubby, and hope we have a long and active life together. I think the two doctors were amazing, are amazing. The whole hospital in Nantes is an extreme standard. I thank you all for giving me my chance. This may not be a very good introduction, but they seem to have a page of thanks, and then they have an introduction, and then they have the book. I think the tales of Nantes really are not much else to say. I suppose I could just say things like, for example, new people come every day to the changeover is vast, really. I suppose it has to be with such a big hospital. But you've got to be one step ahead of them, really. For example, the lovely woman who came yesterday, boom, 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 blah, blah, blah. I thought, oh, she's been here a while, and she's been here 20, 25 years or something. Nice woman, she started here when she was 20. But I had to watch my hand, because it was like, boom, boom, boom. I had to watch my legs. Just generally, you've just got to be aware. They don't really know what's wrong with you. They don't know how much pain you're in. They don't know anything. So it's best just to avoid any knocks, or just generally to avoid it. I'm finding you get better with the bedpan. I just lift myself up. I can put it in a better position, and generally, I suppose with practice, you get better at things. But I don't think you can ever get complacent, not when you've got pain. And I think that's my advice to anybody. Just be aware of your surroundings, be aware of what the system is, be aware of what the daily routine is, and just generally protect what's in pain, because they don't feel the pain. If you're jolly and happy and upbeat, they think there's nothing wrong with you, because you're not blood gushing out and everything. Always have your politeness, always be thankful, grateful, and even the cleaner, speak to the cleaner. Say thank you, say hello, have a bit of a chat. They all are all here, and they all will affect how your stays. I know it's difficult, and I know at times it's hard. I've been there. But it's not their fault. You've got to be as upbeat as you can with the people that are looking after you. And besides, my theory is you don't want to show them that you're too down, else you'll end up with another tablet, probably an antidepressant or sleeping tablet, or so you've got to keep upbeat just so you don't get any more drugs, really. So tomorrow I'll probably waffle on again, and then it'll hopefully be the new adventure. I can't say I'm sad to leave. I just need to move and progress and get nearer home. I don't really know where I'm going or what I'm going to, but time will tell. So bye for now.
14 minutes.
It's still Tuesday morning, and things are going round in my head, so I thought I'd put them down and take that. So here goes. The date will never be forgotten. It was the 2nd of April 2016. It's amazing how one small event, a 5-minute encounter, can change the whole of one's life and one's family's life. It has been, I suppose, a difficult few years, just adapting and changing. In 2008 we arrived in France. I arrived first with the boys to get them into school. Rob arrived in November after having stayed on to finish off working. The house was in need of much repair, even though we'd had it since 2004 and holidayed there. The doors needed repairing, the windows needed repairing, the roof needed repairing, and there was lots of internal work to do. But I arrived with our old dog Susie and the children, who were young. Harvey was 8 and Elliot 5. I managed to find someone to get the doors and found a good company that did good, solid, double glazed doors and windows. I was determined to get the 2 doors, 3 doors in fact, repaired, changed, so that the gusty wind that came through all the broken glass and the gaps were at least not entering the house for winter. And it also meant I surprised Rob when he got back. So we potted on through 2008, 2009, working really hard, because we then got the nod to go to Australia. We had applied prior, and because of the crash in the economy and everybody being so panicky over what I would say man's greed, the bank's greed, to me it's quite simple. People just got greedy, and that's what happened. And the money wasn't there, and they were using money that didn't exist, and it all caught up with them, especially the banks. You've got to blame the banks for just not being responsible, I suppose. Greed, I reckon, the crash was caused by. And I don't think you can... 9/11 can't have helped, because that must have confused everybody. The people was claiming this, that and the other, and all the documents, everything had gone. Besides the people, there was no, that I personally think must have contributed to world economy somehow. But anyway, so we were sort of given a date which we had to leave, had to be in Australia by. So that meant more and more and more work, getting the roof on, getting everything done. I did actually go and start apple picking with my friend Marie, who actually fell and broke her finger, so she was off for a while. And at that point I said I had to leave because Rob was getting so stressed at trying to get things done before we had to leave in October to go to Australia. So I could see I was more needed at home. So then that's what I did. We tried to finish, quite crazy, quite hectic, but we still got there. So we got to Australia and tried really hard. It was very hot, beautiful country. I suppose there's something missing, and I can only say it's soul. I don't know why. We lived in a beautiful place, a Barossa. We went to South Australia, beautiful country, but also it was really expensive. Okay, your wages were higher compared to the rest of the world, I suppose, but it didn't matter because everything else was so expensive. Electric, food, everything was just so expensive. Anyway, we returned, or I and the boys and the cat and dog returned to France in a very, very wet 2014, February 2014. I think it had rained for months and months and months and months. And even when it was landing in Nantes, surprise, surprise, little did I know that I would spend so much time in Nantes at a later date. I could see the fields were flooded. So we arrived, and our dear friends Sheila and Mark came to pick us up. The dog, the cat, boys, after a long, long journey. Actually getting the animals here was a stress in itself. We had little Peggy, a cross between a Jack Russell and a Maltese. She doesn't think she's a dog. She thinks she's a human part, and definitely part of the family. And we had Skitty, who we got from a rescue place in Australia. A beautiful black and white fluffy cat, who is named very well. She was quite skitty at times, but a very clever cat, even bigger than the dog. And she just is a good cat. So just getting them here was a stress. We planned, we didn't plan, we was advised to go via Kuala Lumpur, because that's the only route that would take the animals. But not a week before we were due to fly, the guy at the company said, oh, we can't get them, but they don't take your dog because it's got terrier in it. And I'm like, how can you not know that months ago? But anyway, I wasn't in a position to argue because I was due to fly. So, last minute, they weren't on the flight that I was on, which really stressed me out. They had to go via Emirates to Dubai, stay overnight in Dubai, and then fly on to Paris. We were going on this trip, which we didn't really, I wouldn't have chose to go on, to fly to Kuala Lumpur and then to Paris. It's a longer flight. Never really flown with them before. I remember when we got in, I had to wait quite a while in Kuala Lumpur airport. Elliot absolutely hated the place. I was very uneasy. I just thought it was tiredness or various things. But I promised that I would never go to that airport again. It just felt here is nothing wrong, really. It was modern and everything, but there was something not right. There was something, I felt some real bad 5 and was so pleased, even though we got delayed a bit, but I was so pleased to get through to Paris. It's strange enough, only a week or so later, that is the exact plane that flew from Kuala Lumpur. It's the exact same company. Is when that plane disappeared, and all those people, where are they? Who knows where they are? So that is quite strange and makes my situation seem better. At least I'm around, at least I'm with my family. Those poor people, hundreds of people, where are they? What's happened to them? There's no closure. Absolutely bizarre. So, gets to Paris, fine. Tries to get the animals, not fine. Major trauma. I have to go out through the airport, which is massive international Paris airport, through onto a bus, out to cargo, which is quite far away, and get the animals. Bearing in mind, I'm booked on a flight from Paris to Nantes, not that long. I had to leave all the cases and the children tucked away in the seats next to Emirates and told them not to speak to anybody, leaving them with pan of chocolate and hot chocolate, and told them I had to just go and get the animals, and it was easier for me to go, leave all the suitcases there, and then to just stay. And I said, any problems, you go to Emirates and they'll look after you. So that was a stress in itself, having to leave the children. Although they had obviously grown by then, 5 years on, and they were no longer young kids. Harvey had grown up significantly and was very reliable. Elliot too, both brilliant children. So off I went. Gets to the place eventually, shut down, dinner time. Normally in France, for at least a 2-hour dinner break. I was stressed, I was knitting, I had my knitting. I was knitting away, tears rolling down my face. And when the time came, I went to see the guy again. And he saw my stress, and he sort of understood. I explained to him that I had the children waiting in the main airport, and I was really stressed about leaving them. So then, I get my animals back. Peggy and Skitty, they're absolutely fine. Peggy is so fussy, I've got her lead, I can take her out of her box, I let her have a wee as we wait for the bus. So I'm struggling with 2 big boxes. Skitty I don't let out, and she's most mortified and looks at me with disgust that I'm still keeping her in a box. But at least she knows she's with us. I clamber up the bus with great difficulty and get onto the bus. People looking at me strangely. But I've got my animals back and I'm back on my route to the children. So I clamber back off the bus. In fact, I think somebody did help me. The boxes are big and I'm tired and stressed. But I managed to walk all the way through the terminals and get back to the children. And then it was a point of racing to our next place, because we had another plane to catch to get to Nantes. When I got there, there was a problem with the weight of the baggage. Basically, you're allowed more on the international flights than you are on the domestic. So we juggled everything around, got to pay a big amount of money, and then I had to let the animals go. Peggy, much to her distress, had to be put back in to the box, and then they was taken from us back onto a plane. They must have thought it was a nightmare. They must have thought, Mum, what are you doing to us? So then, I forgot to say, when we first got to the desk, we were there quite early, but when we first got to the desk, she said, oh, you're not on this flight. I think probably because you have to book yourself on or something, I don't know. But you're not on this flight, you're on the next flight in a few hours. I went, you can't. Please, you can't do this to me. I've got 2 children. We have been flying for nearly a day, and I have 2 animals. Please don't do this to me. Is there any way you can get me on this flight? I have friends waiting for me. No, can you please get me on this flight? As look at it, Sheila phoned me just as this discussion was going on. And I said to her, Sheila, hold on. I've just been told I'm not on this flight. And I'll ring you back. But the kind lady did get us on the flight. And so, a relief. I don't think I could have done another 2 hours sitting around. It was been such a hard time getting there. So, we got here, and that's it. I must admit, the house hadn't been lived in for 5 years. We'd visited it once in the summer with our dear friends Sharon and Richard from Australia, but didn't really spend that much time cleaning up or tidying up except in the kitchen and the toilet areas. So we landed, absolutely worn out, late at night, suitcases. I opened up the sofa bed, found some damp sheets and pillows, and all 4 of us climbed into this bed. The cat, the dog, 5 of us, the cat, the dog, Harvey, Elliot and me, and we slept. The next morning we woke and realised we'd slept in a very mouldy place. The floor was mouldy as the car was under that room. But no problem, I said to, cleaned up, got the fire lit, although unfortunately all the wood that we had left was really damp, and the bit of good wood that was dry only lasted a week. So although I got some more wood, it was of poor quality really. And we did get the fire going because it was so damp and cold, and we'd come from Australia. I think the cat and dog thought I'd brought them to a place with no light. So none of us really left the room for at least 3 weeks. The shutters never got open, and basically we just slept, and then we had to slowly get back to life. Anyway, so here I am in sunny France. I'd slowly got my animals together. We started off with chickens, it progressed to rabbits, then pigs, then goats, then pintards, then turkeys, then geese. So lots of work, lots of organising. It was all for my need to be self-sufficient. I had come to the conclusion that we lived in a world that was quite crazy really. If you worked hard, you just paid taxes and didn't get much for it. Pensions, what's them? They've disappeared. I doubt very much if I'll even get a pension. So my idea was, and has always been, if I'm really honest, from a very, very young age, was to live off the land. So at least if you've got a roof over your head and you can source your food, you can live. You can't eat money. I know you have to have money to pay some bills, but if you could keep the bills down, then have a minimum outlay, then I think life would be simpler and better. And that's what happened. We were so self-sufficient really in meat. Vegetables were a bit more sporadic, just for me having time to do things, but they were getting there. And the difference in the quality And also a big thing for me was giving the animals some sort of proper life. This intensiveness of keeping animals is just not right. It's not correct. Just for the supermarkets to tell us that we need to eat chicken every day, to tell us that we need to have this, for people to just waste so much of that animal's sacrifice life was just wrong. In my eyes, it was so wrong. So that was another big reason. Okay, people would argue, but you kill them. Here I am in the life of luxury. I'm living my dream, hard work though it be, but getting there, organising things and eventually getting there. I had my animals. I was often kicked in mud and poo, but it was good. Spring had just started. The winter, although it not been horrendous, had gone, and everything had survived the winter, the cold. Jobs were getting done. We were moving forward in the renovation. It was good.
20 minutes.
Sorry, I can't remember where I was, because the night nurses came in, so I had to stop it. So I think I'd got to the point where I had explained everything about getting here and coming back from Australia. I was just introducing the family. Then we lived in Yorkshire. Yorkshire folk are strange in a way because they're very, very proud people. If you look at the history of Yorkshire, I suppose we are mining villages, lots of history, quite a wild environment. And we are grafters. Most of us are grafters. And we say it as it is. We call a spade a spade. And we don't really put up with too much crap, really. And we don't put up with, I don't know, lies and whatever. We're just really right folk, to be honest. Well, majority of people are. There's obviously a lot that aren't. So that's a Yorkshire character, I think. So, why move to France? A number of reasons. To be able to be self-sufficient, to be able to afford somewhere to be self-sufficient, is quite difficult in England. I can't really remember much at all, to be honest, which at first frustrated me, but then I just think, thank goodness I can't remember anything. So everything I'm saying now is what I've been told. I can't really remember. But my friend Claire had texted to say that they were having pizzas. She'd got the boys, they'd been to the beach for the day with Louis, their son. And Rob and I had stayed at home and got some jobs done because we had some friends coming to stay the next day, Pat and Robin. So I had done cleaning and done various jobs and getting all the animals sorted out so I knew I could spend more time with them when Pat and Robin came. I remember Robert baked quite a few biscuits. We've got the oven on, the wood burning oven, and I was about to when I'd come back from picking the boys up, I was going to just finish off the kitchen, get the bedroom, then the day after, so it was a Saturday, that's right, it must have been a Saturday. Rob's telling me now what was happening that day. It must have been a Saturday because they were arriving on a Sunday, and Sunday morning I was going to get the bedroom ready and the last few jobs, but on Saturday I was going to bake some chocolate cake, some caramel slice, and just have something to feed them with, and then get the meat out for the next day and make them a Sunday dinner. But the text came, said they'd be ready, and they were just setting off in front of the com, and they'd meet me, blah, blah, blah. So there, I said, Rob said, I'll go. I said, no, I can go, not a problem. You're tired, you stay here and just rest for an hour or whatever. And so apparently we'd had a cup of tea and a chat, and I just said, right, I'll go. So I went. Can't remember getting in the car, can't remember anything. Well, I can't really remember what I did that day, it's just what Rob told me I'd done. So off I toddled to pick the boys up, on a normal route that I'd gone many times, and that was the end of that. The next thing I knew, I've got these bright lights shining down on me, everything's white, and I have people mulling around me, and I wake up, and Rob stood there, and I said, hi, what's happened? You've been in a car accident. I went, a car accident? That was a bigger shock, because I drive so respectful, so careful. I have been driving since I was 17. I had an absolutely brilliant instructor who taught me that you always give at least 2 car breaths distance in front, so that you can see the car in front, but you can also see the car in front of that or the car in front of that if the car is not a lorry or a big car. So you're always aware what cars are doing, 3 or 4 in front. If the car, 3 cars in front brakes, you know to brake, even if the car in front of you is oblivious to what's happening. You're aware of the roads, and just being so respectful. And I always have a policy of I'd rather arrive 5 minutes late than not at all. So risks weren't taken on my part at all. No accidents, the odd bump in a car park or something, but in the whole years, no accidents, no claims on insurance, no really accident. I think the only time I claimed on insurance and got nothing was when I drove a car through some water and I blew the engine up because we were raining. But anyway, that. So basically, in shock that I'd been acting. If he'd have told me I'd walked across the road and got knocked down by a double-decker bus, being that there's not really many buses where I live, then I would have been less shocked. So then I said, right, where's the boys? He said, oh, they're fine. I looked at him. I thought, that's what they say on the movies, isn't it? They're fine. They're okay. Not to upset the person that survived the crash. So I looked at him, accepted his answer, but really didn't believe him. So here I was in a bed, wired up to anything. I was in pain, couldn't move, and didn't know what. And I think he said, because that must have been the Monday, I think. Or was that the Sunday? I can't remember. I know that him and Stephen came on the Sunday because he told me. But then, and I remember seeing Stephen now. But then the next day, then that was it. And then I just went back into my sleep because I was not high, but I was on morphine intravenously, this intravenously, that intravenously, pipes coming out of everywhere, in intensive care. Room number 19, I can remember it being on the door. Room 19. So, He then came the next day and brought Pat, Robin and Claire. So he came in with Robin. So that must have been the Monday, because Pat and Robin only arrived on the Sunday. He came the next day, and it was good to see Pat and Robin. And Claire. They were all really relieved to hear me and my usual craziness. I think they were all worried that I was going to be like different, which is quite normal after a major car accident. But I wasn't. I was myself, be it in pain, but I was still myself. So that was good to see them. And then I think, I don't know when I got to see the boys. I think they were on holiday. Were they on holiday? I think the following week they were all on holiday, but I don't know if they came the weekend. But then I saw the boys. Rob had warned them that Mum might be different. And I think I was absolutely black and blue, not that anybody told me. I think my face from the airbags was quite badly bruised. And it went whoa. I thought, does it mean whoa at me, or does it mean whoa because of all my pipes and tubes? But anyway, they came in and they were fine, and Elliot was relieved. So that was good. At least I could relax that the boys were alright. And then I suppose things just carried on. I had to stay put, I had to be fed, watered, turned, tortured. Oh God, it felt like torture sometimes. I had this hand, apparently, as the story goes. And many rumours say that the hand was in the car and the people had to find my hand. But anyway, Rob thinks it wasn't. Rob thinks it was badly damaged. And when I got here, I had to they chopped my hand off again and put it back on. Just flew some surgeon in to put my hand back on. But it didn't take. And I was therefore stuck with a hand that was gangrenous. I remember it being, I had it for 6 days, roughly, before they took it off. I remember these 3 people coming to look at my hand, and I went, take it off. I could smell it, I could see it, I could not understand the reason why I would spend all my energy compensating or just combating or just putting up with a gangrenous hand when I had so many other injuries that I needed to heal. The gangrene was never going to heal. It was too bad. It was all in my hands and it was too bad. It had to go. So I said my goodbyes to my hand, and it went 6 days later. In fact, it got that bad I couldn't cope. I was on morphine, I was crying out for more drugs. The pain was crazy. The pain was just intense. In fact, because there was a matter of you having the operation, then you didn't have the operation. You don't have water after 12 o'clock or eat after 12 o'clock at night. You'd have the operation. This went on for about 3 days. In the end, I just went, I need this hand off. Please, 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 take this hand off. It had been arranged that I were going down at 6 o'clock to the block. They call it the block here, which, seen as that's what they called it in old England when you were having your head cut off. It was a bit concerning. But I hopefully was only having my hand cut off, not my head. So, you go into the block at 6 a.m, never happened. You go into the block at 8 a.m, never happened. you're going to block it, whatever. And so this particular day, it was a Saturday, and I thought to myself, they ain't going to do operation on a Sunday, so if it doesn't come today, that's another day, and it means another week that I have to put up with the smell and the pain. I don't think I can do it. I know I can't continue with the pain I was having. So it happened. I went down about 10:30 to the block. 3 doctors were there. I said to them, if you hadn't taken this hand off today, I was going to go to the butcher's. And they went, oh, no, we don't butcher. I said, no, I don't mean butchers. I mean, I just get somebody to chop it off. Bearing in mind all this is in French, and my French isn't the best, and my accent doesn't help. So I had to explain to him, and then I met this really wonderful woman. I'm sure she's an angel. I remember having this really nice blue eyes, and she were all gowned up, and she says, oh, I remember you came in last Saturday. It must have been a week, it might have been a week, I can't imagine it would have fallen, it can't have been a fall, but it might have been a week and a bit. She said, I remember you coming in. She said, I'd much rather see you like this than when I saw you when you came in. I went, oh God. I said, thank you for giving me my life back. She said, oh, you're welcome. She could speak a bit of English, and so I talked to her, and she said, oh. I said, you know what, I cannot remember anything. She said, oh well, we gave you something to take it all away. And I thought, oh, that's good. Bit KGB, but I thought, that's a good idea. So whether they did or whether they didn't, or whether it was that they just popped me in a coma for a day, I'm not sure. But anyway, it was nice to see her. And bizarrely, the operations that I had to have afterwards, she was my anaesthetist for the next one. When I had the arm treated again. I'll explain that later, but and then I saw her, and I thought when I had my final operation she wasn't around, but she came. After I was waiting in recovery, she brought another patient in, and she said hi. So it was a sign to me that everything was going to be alright, because she was very good anaesthetist. I'll stop now.
18 minutes.
It's Tuesday evening, 8:30. I think this is my last day here. It's booked for me to go in the ambulance tomorrow at 12:40 or 12, whatever, 12ish. It's been a strange day, really good day in the sense all the nice people have been here working. There's not many non-nice people, but the ones that get on really well with and chat and are really kind and lovely have been here. So this morning it was usual breakfast, toilet. They wanted to shower me again, but we were waiting for the doctor to come to take the barbecue skewers out. So they just washed me as they normally do, but they do it so efficiently. But then there's something bizarre. That's an aeroplane just passing nearly every 30 minutes. They're going to Nantes airport. There's 2 guys, young guys. I think one was a doctor, junior doctor, one was a student, because I always read the labels and it tells you what they are. Come in, blah blah blah. I know it's French, they did it really fast. From radio, blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah, am I going to radio or whatever? So they start, so I pointed to my leg. I says, because knowing that the pins were coming out today. And he said, yeah, so he took the sheets off and he started unwinding the bandages. And then I said, are you doing it here? And then I said, so he said, I'll check. I think he said, I'll check. So then he went off, they both went off, didn't cover me up, didn't say anything, just left for 20 minutes. Then they came back and started unwinding the rest of it, taking my cast off. And I'm like, oh no. I want my surgeon, we call him the Buddha, me and one at nurses, because he's a really nice guy. I says, I want him to do it. I've got confidence in him. And he started off, and then the phone rang, and I don't know if it was Mr. Pichichu, can't say his name, Pichichu, but he suddenly stopped, walked out the door, left me as I was, didn't say anything to me, him and his student, and left. And I'm like, so I said, and then this nurse that really hasn't been much cop this morning, she's a new one, I've not seen her before, because really my dressing should have been changed today, but anyway, whatever. I said to her, what's going off? What's happening? And so she was saying, sorry, but it's just the way they train these days. I said, I'm a person. They didn't even say hello or whatever. Anyway, so then, just as I was getting dinner, because it was dinner time, I had my dinner across, my doctor arrived. So I said, no, it don't matter. I said, it's not a problem, I'll just stop eating, it's no big drama, it's not as if I really enjoy it, is it? He says, no, I'll come back. I says, well, when you come back, bring the wine with you. He laughed, says, no wine. So then the nurse come in with the morphine under your tongue, which acts really quick. She said, you need that because it's taking your pins out. And I said, well, I'm happy not to take it. And he said, oh, it might be a good idea to take it. So anyway, he left me, and then he came back and he just took the pins out. They were so long, but he did it so well. It's a bit amazing. I'm reading this book, Powerful and Positive Thinking, that Mel gave me. And after these two guys had come, I was a bit flummoxed and I was a bit worried. I thought, I was going to take these pins out. I'm sure it could be really easy or a disaster, because I don't know. So I said to God and the powers that be, please give me guidance. And I opened this book, and it was on the chapter saying how to not stress yourself. Believe it or not, that's where it opened, the chapter, how to not stress yourself. So while I was stressing myself, I read through a few pages of this, and then I was much better. And then my doctor arrived, and he was, he's a big guy, and he took all his strength to pull him out, but the fact that he held down the underside of my foot with quite a lot of pressure on with his other hand while he pulled them out, I was shocked at the size and length of them, and it was good. I was amazed how little pain. In fact, them taking me blood is more painful, but he obviously is a really, really clever doctor. So hopefully I'll see him tomorrow. I've got to go for x-ray on that tomorrow, and I'll be able to say goodbye to him. The other doctor came this morning to check me out, the plastic surgeon, and he said, bonjour, bon weekend. I said, yeah. I went round all shops, I went round all shops and went to discotheque this weekend, and he's just laughing his head off at me. Because where have I been? I've been in here. How can you have a good weekend in here? But, so we just talked and everything's fine, and he wants to see, I have to come back in about 6 weeks because he wants to check everything, and so that's good. But I think I might probably see them both tomorrow before I leave. So that's good. And then I got in a chair, or the physio came. She was good, and we had a good, she worked me hard, but she's only for about 20 minutes or whatever, for half an hour, but I think I made her laugh a few times, and she was fine. And then I sat in the chair, and somebody said, you can have radio on television free. Oh, last year, and I've only just found that out. So I've had radio on, finished my other book. Then I asked them if I could come back because I needed to go see another aeroplane. It's mentally here. That's another aeroplane going to Nantes airport. Sometimes I think that's jet too. I don't know. I sometimes can tell what the planes are. That's how close they are. Anyway, so I said to them, I was thinking before they came, surely I could just get up on that bed. So there were actually 3 of them here at that time. And so we managed to just lift me up on the bed without putting that harness, which is a bit of a contraption of this. And last time I went in, it killed me, like. So that's good. So 3 of the lovely girls, the nurse, I don't know their names, but I should really know the names, but I can't remember names at best of times. So they said goodbye to him, thanked him so much, and just, what can you say? Just thank you ever so much. The last one went and got me some water because I've run out of my water, so she filled my water bottles up, and she just said, I just said, oh, thank you, you're so special, and it was a bit emotional, and it's onwards and upwards, isn't it? You've got to move on. But they said to come and see him when I come back, so I will try and see him. Probably know where it is, because I haven't got a clue where it is. Because I'm pushed around everywhere by porters, so I don't know where the heck I'm going. But if I can, well, I want to be able to walk in 6 weeks. I want to be able to be a bit more mobile. I'll definitely come back and see him. And whoever's on duty is on duty. That's the only thing to do, really. And another thing, she brought me the phone, did the nice nurse, so I could speak to Rob and tell him where I'm going, because I haven't got a phone. And she wrote the address out, so I spelt it out to him. They can look on the internet tonight to find where it is, and they may visit me tomorrow. But it was so good, and that's probably why I sound so upbeat. 1, because my pins are out. 1, because I suppose I'm moving, and 2, because I got a chance to speak to Ellie on the phone. I really was excited. It's really strange listening to your children on the phone, because they sound really grown up, and it's just strange hearing them. But he had a word with me, and he's so excited because Salt and Pepper, which are the show birds, which have hatched some chicks, but one of them were cold. Either the mum, I don't think the mum rejected it, either she got out of the nest, or I don't know what happened to her, so he picked her up with Harvey's help, I think, and put her under the heat lamp, and asked God, it's going to put me, asked God to help it stay alive, and it did stay alive, and he put it back with his mum, and she accepted it, and it's running around now. So 3, I think she's got 3 peaking, potentially showbirds, and then the black ones hatch some, and Claire's due to hatch some in a few days, and then the combatants sat in a really awkward place, and I suggested to them that to really try and make her a nice space. She risk her coming off the eggs, but if they come off the eggs, just put them to incubator. But if they do it and cover her up so she's dark, and feed her and water, she'll go back on them. She should go back on them. But she's just, apparently she's in a bit of a dangerous spot because she's in a hole in the wall. But she's sat this long, so she probably will sit even if you move her. So Elliot sounded quite excited, so that's good. Maybe I'll see him tomorrow. So I've just got to work really hard and hope this knee don't give me too much grief. The toe's mine, because I've got to heal. But if I can bend the knee, I'm fine. I don't know what the ankle's going to do. But you see, I'm not allowed to really weight bear on that leg yet. I've got 2 more months. We're on week 7 now. So I'd definitely do another month from now, which would take me over 2 months, and just see what they suggest to my next place of adventure. Look, another aeroplane. Can you hear it? That's not as low as others, but it's definitely, I can see it. It's not a big one, it's a little one. That's why you can't hear it as much. Yeah, I'm on airplane, but it keeps me occupied. I can keep looking up. So, from an optimistic, unusually optimistic, I am optimistic, emotional, bit emotional, upbeat, me, bye.
13 minutes.
I don't know if you can hear this, but this is the helicopter arriving. It's probably 9:30, 10 o'clock. I'm sort of tucked up ready for sleep. The helicopter is not far from my room. Well, it is far from my room, but I can see it very well from my room. And as you can hear, I think that's one just arriving, the helicopter pad. But sometimes they're all night long, which I always fear, because sometimes if they park in a certain place, I can actually watch them bring people in. I can't see that much, but I can see that they're bringing a trolley in. It's always a bit sort of sad for me, and I always send them some strength, because that's how I arrived, and look at the condition I were in. So, you hope that the people that arrive by the helicopter are going to pull through it. I often wonder if the same doctors and the anaesthetists see him as well.
One minute. This chapter documented my last recordings while in Nantes hospital. I did many, some repeating, some going on a bit, but it was a real and raw, in a situation I had never envisioned myself to be in. I continued to record as my journey unfolded, and in doing so I captured and preserved a moment in time, unedited, not rehearsed, and from a deep place within me. It not only allowed me an insight to myself 5 years later, but also how not just a physical and mental part of a human can be changed, but their spirit, their soul, and energies that have yet to be named. It allowed me to be opened up and accepting to a much bigger environment than the one I lived in. It gave me a sight I had never seen with, and a hearing that I had never heard with. I was now better equipped to understand that which couldn't be seen or heard in the normal human realm that we limit ourselves to. I was given a blessing to strengthen and guide me to a place free for anyone who reaches for it. A place of peace, love and harmony within. But first, you have to complete the journey that you have been challenged to undertake and grow from. End of chapter.